Alrighty, we're live. Hello, hello, hello. I'm back from more Katawa Shoujo. A bit late, partly because I needed to grab uh, dinner. Also because my PC's being kind of slow this last half hour. Which is why there's no avatar as well, because I was kind of if any app tends to run slowly, it tends to be Vinian, so I thought I'd just leave it. Slow PC. Yeah, like it's not too bad, but I could kind of feel it chugging a bit while I was trying to get the stream set up. So I thought I'd probably leave the avatar, because it tends to be the first thing to suffer when my PC gets slow, is the avatar frame rate just absolutely crashes. We're here for the next part of Lilly's route. Out for a fancy dinner. I hope this is going to be the final part of Lilly's route, because I'd like to get it all tied up in one stream, so that I can start Haneko's route on Thursday. So let's get into it. Date night with Lilly. I'm pretty sure this is about the last thing I had in mind when Lilly said she'd decide where to have our date. No man nor woman is dressed in anything but their finest, their formality only matched by that of their surroundings. Rich red wallpaper adorns the walls as the city lights far below flicker and glow. Feels like too much red to me. Combined with the ambient hum of quiet speech and the high-pitched clattering of cutlery and wine glasses, the mood is very formal, yet relaxed enough for me to not feel too uptight, despite this being our first real date. Once we get seated, our waiter leaves to attend to others with a quick bow, after an appreciative nod from Lilly. Far from depending on my help, Lily's managed to navigate herself around surprisingly easy so far. Despite the unfamiliar environment. A light brush here and there, and she's generally quite deft at orientating herself as needed. Red is passionate and... It is, but I feel there's still kind of... like, combined with kind of like the reddish wood on the floor, like that is just a lot of one color. I need some more contrast. My eyes look to Lily's. I can tell from her face that she's listening to her surroundings just as hard as I'm looking. Though, truth be told, my eyes are lingering on her each time they sweep across the room. The red shongsham she's wearing accentuates her figure very well, and shows off her legs. Even her hair is done up, and the scent of perfume is just noticeable. While my black suit may be a rental, I managed to select an appropriate one. It feels surprisingly comfortable considering I've so rarely worn one, and fits the setting just as well as Lily's attire. I guess this is a new experience for both of us then. She turns somewhat sheepish. I've never come to a place such as this, no. One hell of a first date, that's for sure. It's going to be pretty hard for me to top this. A small giggle. Even now, our nervousness is dissipating. Her hand skates along the center of the table until it touches the menu, which she takes in both hands and brings to her face. Did she choose this place because it has like a braille menu, or... okay, I'm guessing no. Hiaso? As she lowers the beige laminated sheet just below her eyes, I can see another sheepish look. I doubt asking the waiter for a menu in braille would be productive. I can read it out for you, no problem. I take mine and give it a quick read, my small grin faltering. Perhaps there is. It was all in English. What's wrong? There are quite a few items on here, and I'm not completely sure how to pronounce a couple of them. One fine cuisine after another is listed. Most may be in Japanese, but a few are in English and French. I guess it's to be expected, but I have no idea what's in some of these. I mean... I feel as maybe, again, the writers of this not quite They seem to choose Japan as the setting for the visual novel with like an incomplete understanding of things. Because even when text is written in English in Japan, they tend to have the like katakana pronunciation of it beside it. And yeah, when you see something katakana, it's kind of fairly straightforward to figure out how it's pronounced. Unless this is the kind of place where it's like, nope, we're so fancy we require you to be bilingual to eat here. Oh, this one I recognize. Wait, hang on. You can cook that? A small giggle of amusement comes from behind a paper sheet. Well, I could read them all out, but it'd take a few hours. Is there anything with some kind of fish in it? Well, let's see. No. Aren't those poisonous? No. Did they eat that stuff? No. Ah, here we go. Tuna salad seems to be a good bet. From the picture, it looks like it'll be pretty filling as well. That seems to be a reasonably safe option. Let's order two. Oh, let's order two then. I'm pretty sure a couple of these dishes are from poisonous animals. I've had enough deadly run-ins for now. Lily maintains a smile, but there's a distinct lack of laughter. Black humor mustn't be her cup of tea, though, to be honest, I don't find it exceedingly funny either. There are certainly quite a few interesting smells wafting about. The same is true of the sights, I assume. I've never been anywhere quite like this. A fancy Japanese tea house on an occasion or two, but never anything this lavish nor European in styling. Before another word can be said, a portly waiter in a distressingly tight vest appears at our table to take our orders. Oh boy. What does that accent mean on the... Hello, Stero. Yep, still in Lily's route. Though this might possibly be... I'm hoping this will be the stream I finish Lily's route. Provenka tuna sara nikois, please. 2. I hope I didn't mess up the pronunciation of that too badly. Even if I did, he doesn't show it. And may I have a glass of Chardonnay, please? Hiaso? Someone finished Emmy's route yesterday? Oh, yeah, Emmy's was the first route I ended up on. Lily, it's okay us drinking in our own time, I suppose, but it's kind of illegal for us to be ordering it out places. You know, you just out on your head. Yeah, I have no clue on the pronunciation. Oh, the same. As the waiter nods and leaves, I suddenly realize what I said by absent-mindedly mimicking Lily's answer. I regret it pretty quickly. Stumbled into Emmy's route by accident. To be fair, so did I. I was going for Emmy's route. Well, I was going for Rin's route first. No, to be fair, I wasn't really going for anyone's route at first. I was kind of just seeing where my choices led me. But I think Rin was the one I was hoping to end up on. Alcohol. Only a bit. This girl has an odd propensity to get hooked on things, I swear. Surprising that they didn't ask for identification. And then again, I guess we both do look mature for our age. I'll have to take your word for it. I'll add that this isn't what I'd call the type of place to ask such things, though. Good point. We both relax a little into our seats, trying to take our minds off the choking formality of the surroundings. I mean, we know Hiaso well enough by this point. As soon as we do, the same waiter reappears at our table with 2 empty glasses and a bottle, the contents of which are quickly and professionally poured into the former. It's a compliment when he asks me for it. I've never been asked for my ID buying anything. Kenji route. Oh, we got the Kenji route. I ended up on Kenji's route, the same stream I started Lily's route. Completely by accident. I was trying to get onto Lily's route, but I just didn't make the right choices. We both nod politely as he leaves, Lily taking her glass and gently moving it from side to side. The liquid inside glistens as it moves around in the glass, and I have to admit it makes me a little less regretful for ordering the same. I guess it must take effort to judge how the liquid inside is acting based only on its center of balance. Maybe it's like origami, taking every little chance to practice her dexterity. I guess I'm not surprised that you know about a place like this. Those who have money would, I suppose. This reminds me of just how completely different our upbringings were. In Yamagu, it's easy to forget about social and economic disparity between students all wearing the same uniforms, living in the same dormitories. Well, Akira was the one to tell me of it. She's come here before, apparently. Isn't definitely looking like... I give him some credit. I'm sure he has, like, some level of self-restraint. So that's what they were conspiring about on Friday. And he chastised me for cheating. That's not cheating. It's simply making use of personal contacts. If you say so. Still, I get the feeling that you're more familiar with this kind of restaurant than I am. She pauses a moment, a wistful look on her face before softly smiling. The compliment seems to brighten her mood. You can thank my former school for that. If I were to appear any less, they'd be gravely disappointed. Self-restraint anyway. Lily was asking in that case. She has mentioned her previous schooling before, but now I'm kind of curious. She seems to think a lot about her past, so I don't see any problem in asking. Yeah, that happened last stream on Lily's route. But yeah, I mean, he let Lily in, but Lily was the one asking, kind of, like, asking to come in. So I don't feel he can... I don't feel that was a situation that called for self-restraint. Hope you sent it. Oh, no, the game did that for me. Did I read that text or did I... No. No, I haven't. What was that like? It was prestigious, all girls and Catholic. These facts made my parents choose it for me. Many wealthy families sent their daughters there. From how it sounds, life there must have been pretty strict. I wouldn't say it was a bad experience, but you're quite right. It was very strict. Thankfully, I managed to adapt well enough and make a number of friends. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for my sister. She found the atmosphere and religious aspect suffocating, and ended up leaving for a job as soon as she was able to. He isn't paying for that. I don't think it's been discussed who's paying for the meal. I mean, this is the kind of situation where I feel it's... On the one hand, Hiaso invited her out. So to me, that would put the responsibility on Hiaso to pay for it. But then Lily's the one who chose the location. Which I guess gives her some of the responsibility for understanding the cost of it. So, this is a split the bill kind of case. Gentleman, though. I don't know if Hiaso can afford to pay for two people's meal at this place. He's made clear before that he doesn't have particularly much money. Also, hello, Kendi. Welcome to the stream. She gives a small, self-deprecating chuckle. I shouldn't complain about it, though. Not many even have the chance to go to such a school. Do you resent your parents for sending you there, then leaving? She gently shakes her head. My family is highly patriarchal. My father, business always on his mind, was entirely lost as to what to do with me. In the end, he made the decision that my education was of higher priority than staying with the family. He simply did what he thought was best. Say such things so easily. What an unbelievable girl. That said, I'm a little surprised she doesn't think her blindness played any part at all, though maybe I'm being too harsh on her family. You're too kind-hearted, you know that? Most would hate their parents for something like that. Well, some do. Oblivious to my raised eyebrow, she takes a sip from her glass. The wine slips down effortlessly, her fondness for it definitely helping her deal with the flavor of alcohol. I can't say the same goes for me. What of yourself? What was your schooling like? Mine? Let's see. It was a fairly normal public school, I suppose. Maybe a bit busier than the norm. I did quite well in class and played in the soccer club. Since I'm an only child and my parents both worked a lot, I wasted most of my free time and money at the arcade with my free friends. No matter how much I played, though, I never did manage to beat Maya at any of those machines. Even Takumi and Shin lost to her whenever they tried. And I'd be left trying to be the responsible adult when Shin and Mai fought. Again. Just the four of us, aimlessly enjoying our childhood. Those were some pretty silly times. I catch myself as I realize that I'm starting to zone out. The days of my old school disappearing to the night sky and bright lights outside the window. Lily's face is an odd mixture of curiosity and sympathy. And given her strict schooling, I suppose something like this would seem an interesting contrast to the only life she's known. It sounds like your previous school was a lot of fun. I'm not really sure how much of it is nostalgia, but there are some nice memories. That's in the past, though. I can't go back there now, but through my accident, I found a new life I'd never have imagined leading. The peace and calm of Yamaku, a new direction for my future in science, the friendship of Shizune, Misha, and Hanako, and most of all, you. Nope. So that doesn't look like the nose boop. She gives a deep, genuine smile as she moves her hands towards me, her fingers just lightly searching out my face before softly caressing my cheek. Her hand reluctantly retreats after a second of warm silence, as we notice a waiter arriving with our meals. Lily does a deft job of covering her condition, except for the fact that her nod to him is slightly misaligned due to his silence. She really seems to work hard at appearing as normal as possible in public. She wanted to boot this thing. Yep. While I noticed it long ago, I still can't gauge whether it's a want to not be treated differently, a slight sense of vanity, or some mixture of both. The dish served lives up to the salad name, and the portion's pleasantly large, with sliced eggs and tomato. Looks very enticing indeed. Lily takes her knife in one hand and fork in the other, quickly getting to work on the dish as I do. It's later than when we usually have dinner, so we're both eager to dig in. My cautious skewering of leaves and vaguely meat-like squares with my fork is matched by Lily's silent and measured prodding and chewing. An occasional tap around the sides of a piece of the food to work out its edges is the only giveaway to her lack of sight. I'm done with my meal in little time, Lily taking the last few bites as I sit observing her. Finished, Hiaso? Yeah, it was pretty nice. That much is very true. I never thought a simple salad could be so tasty and filling, but then again, I suppose that's why it costs so much to eat here. Mostly dislike public school? Oh. I only ever had experience at public school. It was a mixed bag. Like, I know there are some things looking back on I can see like were good about it, but there's... Yeah. There are a lot of problems I had at... with school. It's always personality comes first when it comes to dating. When you have public service. No, for me it was just how the system doesn't really quite work for neurodivergent students. Content with my appraisal and evidently agreeing, Lily gives a small nod. You know, given that you're part foreign, exotic looking, and quite pretty, I'm surprised that nobody's ever confessed to you before. Yeah, I was about to say, Hiaso, you don't know that she's never said that no one has ever confessed to her. You're assuming nobody did. The simple statement takes me off guard. I shouldn't be surprised given that I was complimenting her just moments before. Really? I've received several confessions, both in this school and my previous one. Adolescence is a funny time. She's kind of talking as if she's above it herself. Huh, how easily you say such a thing. Lily looks surprised for a moment before a playful smirk covers her face. Is that jealousy? What? No, it isn't. You're a bad liar, Hiaso. You should take that into account. Then again, I do appreciate how sincere you are, even if you don't intend to be sometimes. I think your honesty will always serve you well when dealing with others. I clear my throat in mock disapproval of this whole business and try to steer the conversation elsewhere. To tell the truth though, I do prefer solitude to being surrounded by others. I don't think I could maintain a social circle like you do. Notice you didn't. Look. You know what I think of how you look, Mooney. That's all I'm gonna say. She contemplates this for a moment. I don't think that's true either. I've seen how gentle and caring you are around Hanako, and you get on marvelously well with others, even those whom you hardly know. I think you're quite adept at social situations. But on that note, what of your confessions, Hiaso? I'm sure someone like you must have had at least one admirer. As I open my mouth to speak, I can feel my face turn slightly dour. At times like this, I secretly appreciate the fact that she can't see my expressions. Just one. Her name was Iwanako. It was when she confessed to me that I had my heart attack. There in the woods during winter. Lily finds herself speechless, not expecting for the topic to move into such an area. My condition has always been something of a concern for her. Something that I strive to minimize despite my body's best efforts to the contrary. Afterwards, she visited me for a while when I was in the hospital. For weeks, she came in and talked. It was usually just small talk or classroom gossip, but that was enough. But eventually, she just stopped coming. She was there every day, then every other day, then once a week. Then finally, one day, she just stopped visiting entirely. Did you ever see her again? Wrapped in my own little world, I shake my head before remembering the futility of the gesture. Why did it? No, I don't bring up Steam. I feel this is kind of, yeah, like we don't just mention the letter. I feel as well it's kind of, yeah, especially with Lily's blindness, that you kind of need to be. Yeah, it feels like especially wrong to hide things because she can't herself see like changes in his expression or. And she's good, tends to be good enough anyway at noticing when we are hiding something from her. The memory of that single letter Iwanako sent me comes back to my mind. I never saw her again, but after I was sent to Yamaku, she wrote me one letter. Lily's face shows an expression I know well. I've piqued her interest. I'd be slightly offended that it's simply a matter of curiosity for her, but she's been very good at masking her reactions. In hindsight, it really didn't say much. What was going on in my old class, how she was faring, and almost as an afterthought that it was probably best for the both of us that we don't see each other again. Doesn't like speaking about. Cool. Well, I think the reason Lily seems to not like talking about Hisao's condition is because Hisao keeps telling her not to worry about it. I don't think it's a lack of interest in Lily's part. I think it's just kind of Hisao keeps telling her every time she worries, just kind of like, don't worry about it. I'll just act like nothing's wrong. After reading it, I ended up reassessing a lot of things I thought I'd managed to work out. For the most part, that letter reminded me that the world around me was still moving, and just how much I'd become isolated from it. And I guess it also reminded me of what I'd lost. She gives the information some thought before her face lights up in realization. No doubt he's worked out that it was this letter which had contributed to my angst during that lunch on the rooftop. It's a rare sight to see Lily quite so lost for words. Her entire persona is a little deflated from her earlier rapt interest. As charismatic as she is, in the end, that isn't any replacement for life nor relationship experience. Perhaps it is better she sent it than not. How's that? It can be difficult to work out how best to communicate with those you haven't met in a long time. All the more so considering your separate situations. Why speak about for no reason? Well, I think there is a reason to. Like, you should, if you're with someone romantically, I don't think it's good to keep secrets from them. Honesty is the best policy. And it wasn't like it was irrelevant to the topic of conversation. Instead of doing what was easiest, she built up the courage to talk to you one last time. Not only for her own sake, but from how it sounds, yours as well. Yeah, you never know, Stero. I've spent several periods in my life wondering that, how would someone like me ever end up with someone? It's one thing if the topic doesn't come up. Yeah, that's the thing as well. Like, it was on topic, and it was like that's the reason why Hisao wondered, like, do I bring this up? Is because it was relevant. It wasn't one of the random tangents that come up in my brain. Maybe. I don't hate her for it. Not that I really ever did, but I don't know. Probably a more non-committal answer than I should give, but it isn't without cause. I've never looked at the situation from Iwanako's perspective like that before. Seconds pass in silence before Lily speaks again. Moving to Yamaku must have been hard for you. Having your friends and even your girlfriend taken from you for no fault of your own. Please don't speak about it, just try to talk. Yeah. But I think that's something, like, it wasn't... So, in a way, like, the letter wasn't too much about Hisao's condition. It was more... Yeah, the topic of conversation was on more about, like, previous romantic relationships. Like, who'd been confessed to. The worst of it passed while I was in the hospital. When all that surrounds you is 4 white walls and a small television, your mind takes on a life of its own. It's like my old school, I guess. I just try not to dwell on what's happened and keep thinking ahead. All that reminiscing does is get me down, and it's largely thanks to you that it feels like things are finally getting back on track. That's pleasing to hear, Hiso. She lowers her face slightly, her expression pensive. I guess I went too far and embarrassed her. I suppose you went through something a bit like what I did when you entered Yamaku anyway, right? I imagine the vast majority of our students did, after all. You said yourself that you made friends in your old school. I can't imagine many followed you. Lily's deep smile drops, her expression unexpectedly darkening. Even her hands retreat to her lap. After a long while, she speaks. Hiso, can you promise not to tell anyone else what I'm about to... I promise. She looks slightly taken aback by my serious tone, but then relents and smiles weakly before continuing. When I moved to Yamaku, I did regret losing the friends I'd had at my other school. But there was one person whom I most regretted not seeing again. He was the reason I took up English as a future career. He? Considering she came from an all-girls school, that can't have been a schoolmate then. I'd rejected the confessions I'd received until then for him. Every time I improved my English skills, his praise was my most treasured reward. It's funny, isn't it? Someone like me able to boast about the people who have set eyes on me, liking someone so utterly unattainable as my tutor. It truly is the most ridiculous thing. Did you... She quickly shakes her head from side to side. I couldn't. Even then, I knew it was impossible. Pretty nice to be mature about talking about it, bro. Yeah. I feel it's just simple. Like, kind of like they're both confident in each other's feelings. Like, there's no... Neither side seems to have kind of any concerns that someone would go back. So I suppose Hisao's response to this is yet to be made clear. A silence reigns over both of us. This does seem to explain her ardent focus on her future in teaching English, but I can't help thinking of her confession to me. She lost him without ever letting her feelings be known. Did she somehow fear that would happen again, but with me? I don't really know what to make of it. I've heard of such relationships before. Taboos born of such things as puberty and youth. The fact that she had the good judgment not to act on it, though, is heartening. I know this must sound strange, but please, don't think of me... Why would I think any less of you for that? To be honest, I think you must have been a very nice person if you liked him so much. Not only that, but you stopped yourself before going too far. For a moment, she looked somewhat lost. Most unexpectedly, though, it isn't a second before she starts to laugh. The sound takes me off guard. It's not a giggle nor a strange chuckle, but honest and genuine laughter. I find myself smiling, and not just to her display of relief and happiness, but for her to trust me enough to let me see this most private of secrets. What? But to be fair, I've never quite... What is it? I think the thing with relationships there is like, sometimes you have to consider that pushing people away can hurt them as much as being close. Not saying that's kind of a reason to just accept anyone and everyone trying to be part of your life, but no. Yeah. It's kind of weighing the fact that yes, some relationships and being close to people problems can arise from it. It can be difficult at times, but you need to weigh that against like what good can come from a relationship. Yeah, I mean, yeah. In our case, it kind of, I feel, worked as well because I already knew how I felt about you. Yeah, but that's, I think with any relationship, there's points where you just have to kind of, you have to take risks. You very rarely get things in life by playing it safe. Oh. Before I realize it, I feel her palm touching my face. Her touch is gentle as ever, with her thumb slowly stroking my cheek. You're kind, Hiaso. I really do love you. Seeing her face like this, with her palm gently caressing my face, I think tonight has been a wonderful night. I guess we've both had pretty weird pasts, eh? I think by most standards, our present is rather odd as well. I smile and hang my head. This woman can easily run rings around me. Of that, I'm quite sure. I look back around the room with its continuing quiet hum of patrons. This place probably fits into the odd category too. It is a tad overbearing. I don't want to comment too much more than I already have on things because I don't know you directly, Stero, so I don't, without knowing like the exact circumstances and situations about things, I don't. Yeah, I can't do much more than give kind of like overall like generic thoughts. Yeah, like Mooney says, like it's not that there's anything wrong with turning people down, but yeah, just I don't know, I just feel there's, yeah, maybe as long as you've got like a reason that's, it just more worries me like the general idea of just pushing people away because you're afraid of hurting them. No, I understand that. I felt that way myself in the past as well. But again, just There's gonna be people out there in the world who will benefit from being close to you. Whether it's just as friends or, like, romantically. Like, I feel it's a disservice to yourself and a disservice to others to just assume that all you can do is hurt people. Cool. You are a gift to the world. And you shouldn't be ashamed of that. That's one word for it, yes. Don't feel like that. Yeah, getting your... Yeah. Was I've often... It's a line that comes up at church quite a bit sometimes. But about how the distance between your head and your heart is like the longest 6 inches in the world. And yeah, sometimes it just takes patience and persistence to make sure you know something in your head and just repeat it to yourself. And eventually you'll start feeling that way. Yeah. Knowing something and feeling it are very different things. But I feel knowing something is the first step. Try and... yeah. I think it's a good rule of thumb to try and make sure that you're keeping your head in charge of your heart, not the other way around. Like, your feelings are important and all, but they shouldn't... Your feelings aren't what should be making your decisions for you. Just really want to fall in love with you. Yeah. Well, that's fair enough as well. Like, because love is a responsibility. And it does require, at times, like, you can't live as selfishly as you would if you were single. And, yep, falling in love with someone is... When they're hurting, you feel the pain as well. When things are going bad for them, it gets you stressed. Like, there's nothing wrong with, yeah, not necessarily wanting to fall in love. I catch the eye of a scurrying waiter, a short, scrawny guy, no older than 20. He kind of reminds me of Kenji, though unlike him, the waiter isn't dressed for winter during midsummer. After a curt bow and an offer to remove our plates, Lily asks for the bill politely and softly. With expert coordination, he maneuvers around our tables, our plates in hand, to retrieve our bill. In no time, he reappears through the doors, smartly handing our bill to Lily, who promptly hands it to me, causing him to raise an eyebrow. As I read the small computer-printed leaflet, the cost is considerably more than I expected. Hiaso? Oh, I quickly stammer out the amount, which Lily merely nods and reaches for her purse. Giving her card to the waiter, he disappears once again. That was a disproportionately large amount of money. This statement seems to make Lily slightly uncomfortable. My family leaves me more than enough for my education. The same goes for my sister, though she dislikes being reminded of that fact. That said, I too dislike throwing money about, but this one time I think I can make an exception. Just for you. Not only did you choose our date, but you paid for both of us as well. I take the bridge of my nose and my fingers. I can't believe how high you have set the bar for our next date. She gives a small giggle. Sugar. So... I can understand that, Stero. Like, I used to be, and to a way, I still have a jump into the assumption that I must have done something wrong when something bad happens. But no, yeah, yeah, and stuff like this. Though I feel I feel you'd be worth looking more, like if you're not already at like some level of counseling or therapy, because like these aren't really issues that, you know, gamers on YouTube are going to be able to help you work through too much. Like, I know I had... Yeah, getting some, like, professional help with your mental health and stuff can definitely be worth it. Very sweet. But in some ways, that's what therapy and counseling can be good for, is giving you somewhere to speak, like, talk these things out. I just need... Yeah, because it's just... I don't mean... And before you say anything, this isn't... Yeah, you're not at fault for anything. But I feel we're kind of getting off on a tangent talking about things when I'm trying to... I do have the goal of getting to the end of Lily's route this stream. Fresh off, like it is good to have an outlet to say things. Oh, but I'm just read fast. Well, I can read faster, but I can't speak faster, my dear. She gives a small giggle. I'll be looking forward to it, Hiaso. The waiter reappears beside us, as if by magic, and hands Lily's card back to her. Evidently picking up on her lack of sight, he places the card in her hand with an extra, perhaps unneeded amount of firmness to make sure of her grip. Leaving, he exercises a measure of diplomacy by keeping a neutral face, despite my own expression. Clapping my hands together, I stand up from my seat in order to bring an end to our night out. Look at... Yep. There's still 2 more routes to go after all. Shall we be off then, milady? Oh. Back home, milady. Tips for door. Ja! I snap upwards out of my sheets and sit bolt upright in bed, as if an electric shock had just run through my entire body. The night air feels cold against the sweat on my bare skin, my breathing short and rugged, nearly to the point of hyperventilation. Mind racing, I bring my hand to my head in an attempt to soothe my body's panicked state. It takes me a number of seconds to realize my hand is shaking violently, even as I press it against my face. More seconds pass in complete silence, my desperate attempts to subdue my body and mind slowly, thankfully, working. Gathering myself, I start taking measure of the state I'm in. It feels like I've run a marathon, every muscle feeling tensed and sweat practically pouring off me. I carefully direct my attention to the beating in my chest, measuring out the rhythm in my head. Sure enough, my unreliable heart is functioning properly for once. Just, what the hell was that? A heart attack? A bad nightmare? Medicine side effect? I've heard about panic attacks, and this does seem to have the hallmarks of one. I can't even be bothered thinking about it right now. I feel utterly exhausted, yet completely awake after this experience. I look over to the other side of my bed, the pale white of the silent figure's face almost glowing in the nighttime darkness of the room. Just the sight of her is enough to calm me down significantly. Okay, so her graceful demeanor persists even while she's asleep. Her perfectly measured breathing and gentle face making it impossible to tell whether she's awake or truly sleeping. Giving in to temptation, I delicately run my fingertips over her hand. Her skin is soft at the touch, as it always has been, yet warm even in the cold night. It's at times like this, silently appreciating each other's presence, that I feel we're the closest. My fingers stop at her wrist, and I bring my hand back down to the bed beside me. I'm not entirely sure why, but as we became ever closer to each other, it felt as if something grew between us. I'm not entirely sure what it is, nor whether it existed before we'd fallen in love. Everything is moving so fast. I don't mind it at all, but it feels unlike Lily to be pushing things this much. Still wonder, like, is she just nervous with Akira moving away, that she's losing someone else close to her? Thankfully, there aren't any students milling around in the hallways at this hour of the morning, lest I be interrogated on why I'm carrying 2 plates of breakfast to my room while dressed in an obviously hastily donned uniform. That isn't to say things like this never happen, of course. A single security guard patrolling between 2 sets of bedrooms situated right next to each other is a very small force compared to the adolescent hormones. And come to think of it, the fact that it's Monday morning probably helps. I'm not really sure why, but Mondays seem to bother me less than they do most others. It takes a little creative use of my hands and elbow, but eventually I manage to work the door to my dormitory room open. Excuse me? Stepping inside, I see Lily just getting up from the bed and tiredly rubbing her eyes. She looks a mess, just like most other times I've seen her soon after she wakes. She really isn't a morning person. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. She groggily shakes her head. The morning light illuminating her makes her a very pleasant sight. It's okay, I needed to get up anyway. What time is it? I put my plate down on my desk and turned the clock around to check the time. Still early. Don't worry, there's plenty of time left before school. She sits on the side of the bed and begins to sniff the air. As she does so, I quickly move her plate away and put it on the desk beside mine. Yes, I got us some breakfast. The shower and clothes come first, though. She stands still for a moment with her chin pointed slightly out. I gladly acquiesce and press my lips to hers, savouring the soft feeling before breaking off. With a small, sweet smile, apparently quite satisfied, she slowly makes her way to the showers. I stretch to try and wake myself up a little more, briefly looking at the steaming dishes on the desk. Rice, fish, miso soup, and some vegetables. A standard breakfast for a somewhat unusual day. I grab the balls from my desk and start taking my daily regimen of pills. Sometimes I wonder what these things are even good for, given all the troubles I've had since the initial accident. I can't say that it doesn't hurt to take them, considering the side effects so far. Well, whatever. Doctor's orders are that I have to take them, and rationality suggests that I'd be well served to trust his judgment over mine. It doesn't take long for the noise of the shower to cease, a quick one apparently being fine for Lily given the circumstances. Emerging from the bathroom, she looked significantly more awake, having had the chance to collect herself. Without a word, I gently take her hand in mine and guide her to my desk. Considering I don't have a table in my room as she does, it'll have to do. She said, as you should from the beginning. Yep. Now, if only he would do his morning jogs. Like, his heart was like a non-issue for 90% of Emmy's route because of that. There's kind of a non-issue in Rin's route as well, but I feel that's just kind of random. It just never came up. Thank you, Hiso. What did you prepare for breakfast? Just rice and some vegetables. Something fast. Her face lights up at the revelation. That's quite a breakfast. This is normal for you. Now she's just been nice. I have little doubt, considering her past, that this isn't exactly a high-class meal by her standards. Emmy's route was definitely the strongest. Lily says, yeah. His heart definitely has been, like, a much bigger, like, cause of concern this time around. Yeah, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Just because we're students doesn't mean we can take it lightly. That's my belief anyway. From what others I've talked to have said, I might be in the minority. I take a seat on the side of my bed and begin eating together with Lily, her chopsticks lightly tapping out the outlines of the vegetable, just as I'd noticed her do during our date. This is quite nice, Hiso. I had no idea you could cook this well. This time she's much more genuine. I can tell that much. That said, cooking really isn't anything special at all. After a bit of practice, it's pretty easy to make a simple dish. Most of the credit goes to modern technology. Still, after years of cooking for myself, I should hope so. I got bored of eating instant noodles and ordering pizza every time my parents were both working, so I taught myself how to make a few meals. I'm still trying to get the knack of it, though. You'll make a good wife someday, Hiso. I take a grain of rice and place it onto my thumb before carefully taking aim and giving it a good flick. Lily jumps a little as it hits her cheek, right on target. I can't help chuckling a little at her expense as she lowers her brow and tries her best to assume a harsh and serious expression. Oh, that's right. What is it? Did you have any problem sleeping last night? You seemed restless. So, she was awake back then. Or at least partly so. Whether it was my heart or a nightmare caused by the side effects of my medicine, the last thing I want is for her to be worrying about me even more. Even before my relationship with Lily, I felt my body was a drag on everything I did. My body is my burden alone, so as long as I'm with her, I'll continue to act as normally as possible. That's the thing. I feel if you're going to be with someone at this point, then that your body is not just your own. Like, Lily of all people has, I think, a right to know what's going on with you. No, not particularly. Is that so? That's good, then. Luckily, she seems to take me at my word. Yeah, that doesn't feel good when you're lying to her. Come to think of it, there was something else I wanted to ask. Oh? How should I put it? When you dream, do you see people and objects? Oh, yes, of course Oh. I feel more than a little sheepish for that slip of the tongue, however earnest it may be. Lily looks unperturbed, though. But you don't taste, feel, nor smell things. I move to answer, but find myself stuck before thinking about it. The more I mull it over, the more I realize that her hypothesis is correct. That's true, I guess. I never looked at it that way. Are you saying that you do? For the most part, I only hear in dreams. But yes, sometimes I touch and smell things as well. I'm just asking, since Akira thought it very strange that I did when I brought it up with her. If you don't either, then maybe it's due to my blindness. That would make sense. You rely on your other senses more than me, so maybe that affects your dreams as well. The wonders of the human body, I guess. Do most people, like, only see visual dreams? Like, definitely sound and sensation. Like a part of my dreams, when I do have them. I don't know so much about smell, but I've never really noticed, like, I know my sense of smell has always kind of been my weakest sense. Visually. Yeah, like mine are primarily visual, but I definitely hear and feel and... Yeah, I definitely hear and feel my dreams. For the rest of the time before school, we quietly eat the hearty breakfast in front of us, exchanging a few small pieces of small talk as we do. A quick peek out of the door assures nobody's looking directly at the entrance for the boys' dormitories, so we walk out with the path clear. Ah, the weather's good today. I stretch as Lily and I make our way outside, the bright morning sun beaming down on us. By now, a few students can be seen doing the same, making their way to the main school building either from the dorms or through the main gate. It does feel nice and warm. Our hands linked and her cane tapping the ground. We begin in earnest our trip to the school building and join the chatting throngs of students around us. This would be the last day of exams, no? Yeah. How are you going in them? Fairly well, all things considered. You seem a bit stressed by them, though. It's that obvious, huh? I don't think it's just the exams, though. A lot of stuff's been happening in a short amount of time, and I'm not doing that well under humanities subjects. You're doing well in science, though, aren't you? Well, it would be hard not to do well in science for me. Come to think of it, didn't you say before that you weren't very good at science and maths? She suddenly looks very sheepish, my remark no doubt hitting home. Lily's sense of pride really can be a double-edged sword. Well, aside from that, have you ever given thought to what you might do with that ability? It seems a pity to waste it. A bit, mostly at Muto's prompting. In any case, I'll probably end up doing science as a career in some form. That's good to hear, Hiaso. Oh. As we enter the gardens, I suddenly receive an unsolicited pat on the back. The green-dressed culprit dances around to meet me, evidently not paying any heed to Lily at my side. Emmy? Oh, no. Kenji. Hey man, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. Hey, just been busy lately with the exams and stuff. Exams, extrams. A true Renaissance man needs no study to excel in such things. Kenji does strike me as the kind of person who does well in school, even if he has a horrid attendance record and poor work ethic. So I've little reason to doubt his ability. To be honest, I'm a little envious of him. Between studying for exams and my time with Lily, I've had practically no time to myself. Maybe this is a bit like how Yuko feels. Good morning, Seto. It's good to hear you're doing well. It feels slightly odd to see Lily speaking so formally. She's come to address me more casually over the months, though I have seen her speak more formally to classmates from time to time as well. Some people never change, I guess. Not that I'd say her calm and polite manner is a bad thing. It was one of the reasons I liked being around her to begin with, after all. Kenji seems to take a moment to work out who it is beside me, and probably hasn't noticed us holding hands either. I wonder if those glasses of his actually do anything. Oh, hey Lily. Good luck on your exams too. I'll see you after school then, man. The slight edge to his voice makes me think those words were meant to be an imperative rather than a casual farewell. I guess I'll have to smooth things over later. Sure. See ya. Kenji nods curtly. He moves to pass by us, but he's too busy glaring in Lily's general direction to take notice of her cane. Before I can try to react and save the situation, Kenji trips and reflexively reaches out for a handhold. Unfortunately, said handhold turns out to be Lily's arm. Oh. Both fall to the ground in a sprawling heap, with me left feeling rather helpless. Ah, damn. Are you two okay? Kenji quickly rises back up, seemingly unfazed by the accident. No problem, man, no problem. This is nothing. My body can take much worse abuse. Lily lies face down on the grass. She doesn't look hurt by the incident, more startled than anything. I move closer to offer her my help. Are you alright, Lily? Hey, Sato? Kenji offers her a hand, tentatively touching hers to let her know what he's doing. He says some odious things sometimes, but I do think he may be a genuinely good person at heart. I imagine he feels pretty bad about this. To his surprise and mind, though, Lily pounds on the ground with her fist without warning. Oh. Damn it! Kenji freezes, entirely caught by surprise at her outburst. I'm just as shocked. She'd never acted like this before, not even around Shizune. Seemingly only now remembering that there are people around her, Lily slowly climbs to her feet. Her face as she does so makes me retreat a little. I only catch a glimpse of her expression before she turns away, but it's not something I'll forget soon. She showed plenty of annoyance during her clashes with Shizune, but this flash of anger was something else. There's no way this is just about this petty incident. She pauses for a moment before sighing and walking on ahead. I really don't know what to make of this. Yeah, that was a little unexpected. I'll, talk to you later, dude. See ya. Yeah, see ya. Kenji scratches the back of his head trying to find something to say, then shrugs and walks away, giving us a wide berth. Do you know what Lily's problem? Do I know? I'm not quite sure if I know what this problem is. Don't know exactly the point. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to think. Like, am I not supposed to know? Like, have there been clues that I could have picked up on? Like, I know myself, like, that can... Like, if I'm kind of annoyed, like, small things like that can, like, tip me over the edge. And I still feel like she's got, like, stress over Akira leaving. But I don't know if that's what's happening. I quickly catch up to Lily. She turns her head a little to acknowledge my presence, but nothing else. I should probably scold her for lashing out like that, but I also don't want to get into a shouting match with her. She's still very obviously annoyed. Well, maybe don't scold her, but maybe you could ask if things are okay? In the end, I keep my mouth shut and wait for her to cool off. Remember Emmy's route? How insistent Hisawa was to find out what... Oh, he's out. Yeah. He's just not asking questions. After a quiet walk in, we eventually reach the top of the third floor stairs and the junction where we part every day. I turn to Lily before she leaves. While I do like the comfortable and warm silences we usually share, this was anything but. I don't want to leave things like this. This is also not asking enough. Yeah. You seem quieter than usual recently. Is anything wrong? She shakes her head almost automatically, as if to dispel any notion that I need to worry about her. I mean, on the other hand as well, like, Hisao's been kind of setting the example that kind of, oh, if there's things going wrong, we don't talk about them. Like, Hisao himself has been kind of going, no, don't, like, don't worry about me, don't. Which I suppose from Lily's perspective could be coming across as, oh, he wants us to keep issues to ourselves. It's just the exams taking their toll. I'll be fine. I don't think that's the reason. I very nearly say so, but decide against it. There's no point trying to draw it out of her if she doesn't want to tell me. Especially when she's in a foul mood like this. Comes across pretty well put together, lady, doesn't to be fair, I don't know if the Lily not prying is entirely Lily. I feel at least in part that does come from Hiaso. Because Hiaso has been like very consistently anytime Lily begins to get worried about him and asking him what's wrong, he shuts her down on that and kind of goes, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Like even this morning when she asked about like if he slept okay, he just blatantly lied to her about it. If you're sure, I'll see you later then. As I turn down the hall to get to my classroom, Lily's soft voice rings out from behind me. Hiaso, yeah? I'm sorry. With that, Lily makes off down the hallway to her own classroom, her hands skating along the metal railings. I stand still and watch her until she returns into her classroom and out of sight, before going to my own class with a fair measure of reluctance. As usual, I'm early. Muto is fiddling with folders and papers on his desk as he prepares for the day, while a handful of students mill about, chatting away. While my feelings about Lily haven't dissipated, far from it, her mention of my exam performance did remind me that I have my own life's journey to attend to. After thinking about it, I've realized that I do genuinely want to pursue science in some form as a career, rather than it simply being the path of least resistance. Until now, though, I didn't have much of an idea of where in the field I wanted to go. Just science is a pretty broad category of jobs. Something Lily mentioned earlier focused my thoughts. Something I'd only idly pondered about before. I'd not seriously considered following this specific path. I walk up to Muto's desk, his attention too focused on preparing for the day's lessons to notice my approach. It's the same every day. Good morning. He looks up with an expression of mild surprise that's quickly replaced by his typical awkward smile. Good morning, Nakai. Can I help you? Do you mind if I ask you something? Really appreciates honesty from that. Yeah, I suppose that's a big thing of relationship. You get what you put into it. Like if Hiaso wants Lily to be open and honest with him, he has to be the same with her. Oh, and yeah. Well, it would be nice as well to think that yeah, you can't just always sit back and expect the other side to like make the first move on everything. He looks down at his messy pile of books on the desk before putting down the papers in his hand and standing up with some difficulty to properly address me. That's what I'm here for, after all. Ask away. Didn't want you to worry, eh? Words revealed out. Yeah. Well, yeah, like, even if it's something serious than that, like, the earlier someone finds out about it, I feel like the better, because that gives them more time to... Yeah, like, the earlier you get something, like, out in the open, the more time the other person has to process it. Oh, like, there was... I'm trying to remember, I think, was it in one of the S-Links in one of the Persona games? I can't remember which one. Or... Whose was it? Or was it in Persona, or was it... I I'm trying to remember what game it was, but there was a choice where... No, it wasn't a Persona game. What game was it? Oh no, yeah, it was in Star Rail. I get this is like isn't like an interpersonal like a relationship kind of struggle, but during the Bellabog arc, like at the end, when Bronya kind of makes the decision that no, we're going to keep this a secret and cover up what really happened. Because, we don't want people to panic. Oh, and yeah, like... keeping secrets and not being honest, like, that's going to cause... It makes things easier for you in the short term. Yeah, the Bellabogs. But I'm thinking kind of, what about, like, a couple of decades down the line? Like, how long can you keep that secret? And then how will it might keep the people happier short term, but what about when the people find out that, oh no, this new leadership is also hiding things from us? Yeah, but that's obviously very big scale, but like small scale like with just like between two people. Oh. Well, what's the saying? Like, your lies will find you out. And like I know in the case like it's not always lying, like sometimes it's just withholding information. But the longer you wait, it's not just going to be that person will have like less time then to like get their head around it and figure out and like come to terms with what you've revealed to them. But also then like they can kind of look back as like, you knew this for like months or years and you just never told me. Like I don't know, that's gonna hurt a relationship, I feel. But yeah, I'm getting sidetracked. I was just wondering, what would you say is the motivation behind teaching? He thinks on this question for a few moments before responding, evidently far from having a prepared answer. If you talk to 10 different teachers, I think you'll get 10 different answers to that question. Well, I can only speak for myself. I'd say that I teach because... He sinks into thought again, carefully assessing the way he wishes to present his idea. Think of it this way. When you were a child, you probably played with sticks and pebbles and moving water, such as the gutter or puddles, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people do that when they're young. Well, it's not just when they're young for some, though it does take on another form. My point is, though, that when one is doing that, they're curious about how the water will flow or be changed. Everyone, even at that young age, possesses an intense wonderment about how the world around them works, even in its smallest forms. I still feel that sense of wonderment about the universe. Even just reading about new discoveries or classic experiments gives me a renewed sense of awe at how marvelous everything is, from the farthest stars to the smallest puddle. I just hope that I can give others even a small piece of that wonderment I feel. If I can do that, even if it's just for one person, I think that I can be happy as a teacher. He scratches his head as he mentally reviews what he said. I feel like I understand him better now. Even if he's awkward around others, he does have a genuine want to be around him and offer them a piece of his self that he values. What Lily told me yesterday rings in my ears. I think you get on well with others, huh? She always did say I was unusually curious. Sorry if that was a little meandering. Does it answer your question? It does, thank you. I also had another question, actually. Oh? What might that be? Do you have any college brochures or guides? It's about time I started getting some applications in. He nods and bends down to look inside his desk. As he does so, I notice that he is wearing a remarkably genuine smile. I don't think I've ever really seen him act this natural around others. Perhaps this isn't Muto to teacher, but rather Muto to person. Here, if you need any more, feel free to ask. He hands me about half a dozen brochures and booklets of various colours and sizes, which I take eagerly. Yes, it will be this information which I'll use to forge my own future. I think now, after all this time and all these trials, I can finally start to see the big picture of my life ahead of me. My body may be like this, but my mind is still very much able. Thank you. Reminds you of Fable. Oh. I kind of want to play some of the Fable games again. I haven't played them for years since I had the Xbox 360. No, but the thing is, not only the remake of the first one is available on Steam, I think. This is strange. That single thought has graced my mind a countless number of times since my life here began. Oh, is this the stress music or the... No, I think this is the okay one, right? It feels like an easy way to discard a troubling question. As if simply labeling something with those 3 words will make it go away, or at least not worth thinking about any further. My life before my heart attack feels more blurry every time I try to remember it, and my mind struggles to keep up with all the events suddenly happening around me since. I heard somewhere that this is what it feels like to be left stranded in a country with only the most basic understanding of the local language. Indeed, when I think about it, that seems a marvelously apt analogy for what's happened to me. But such situations are also supposed to make you feel very capable in that language very fast, as you're forced to learn it in order to survive. Put another way, the situation becomes sink or swim. That music... Yeah... It just always reminds me of that shell-shocked track from 14. I wonder if I've really managed to swim after all this time. The exams are stressing me out a lot, even though they're finally coming to an end, but I've remained in Muto's favor, and I have some sort of direction for my future now. But I keep using that stupid, meaningless phrase. This is strange. It really is amazing how fast one comes to accept being surrounded by people with sometimes incredibly jarring disabilities and conditions. So much so that I really wonder why I feel so much like a foreigner. It certainly isn't for lack of socialization or friends. I've come to know most of my classmates on first-name terms and know a few others around school. Whether they're missing an arm or a leg, the students here are just like anyone else of their age. I can navigate the halls that I once lost myself in with an ease I'd not expect to ever have, thanks to the school's logical layout, and can engage my teachers in comfortable discussion. I swirl around gently the tea in my cup, the reflected image of my face becoming distorted by the moving liquid. This is strange. I used to hate drinking tea. Maybe I'm thinking too much. The familiar sound of china rattling from a teacup touching an accompanying saucer rings out. Is something the matter? Don't worry, it's nothing. He's out! You're gonna start annoying me! Oh, we're in Lily's room? I take a long sip of the tea in front of me as the girls do. Just whiling away the time in Lily's room, sipping tea with her and Hanako. It feels familiar, almost nostalgic. So, how's your work in the newspaper club going, Hanako? I want to know too. It sounds like it would be quite interesting. I slapped my knee. But, I didn't realize the mic picked that up. Okay. Hanako's face turns down at the attention placed upon her, though her smile belies the fact that she genuinely likes being the center of interest for the two of us. Oh, it's understandable, the more idle ruminations of it. It just... See, I'd be more okay if it was in isolation, if it didn't exist alongside a lot of other... Yeah, Hisao's tendency to just go, no, nothing's wrong. It's good. I think I'm getting better at it. Naomi and a couple of her friends handle most of the jobs, getting stories and stuff. I just do the computer things, like putting the stories together and getting it printed. It's nice, since I can sit and concentrate. I see Lily's low-tech nature isn't shared by Hanako. While sitting in a room compiling other people's newspaper articles into documents doesn't strike me as overly outgoing, it is heartening to see her widening her circle of friends. Baby steps, I guess. It's probably a bit much to be expecting her to become a socialite like Lily. How are you finding Naomi? I've heard she can be quite troublesome at times. And Lily's going into her mothering mode for Hanako. Letting go of her is something she's had to learn. We're getting a little group, Hanako. She is. It is nice. I feel like so far in the terms of roots, like Lily's is definitely my favorite so far because there is this, like, there's the friendship in it as well as the romantic relationship. Hanako scratches her cheek, thinking on her answer. Naomi's nice. She's a bit loud sometimes and a bit tiring, but she's really helpful. Her friends are nice too. That's wonderful to hear, Hanako. I'm glad you found a source of such enjoyment. Lily's smile is warm and genuine, but I can sense a touch of wistfulness to it as well. Hanako seems to miss that entirely, but I don't think for a second that I'm imagining it. Is that... I do wonder if, like, that's what's up with Lily. Like, there's that... Akira's moving away, and Hanako kind of seems to be... Like, they're still close friends, but there's that... Maybe that feeling that Hanako doesn't need her as much. Like, kind of that, like, bittersweet feeling that, oh, I'm so happy to see my friend, like, becoming more independent and, like, opening up to other people. But at the same time, I feel like that's taking her away from me. I wonder if that's a little concern in Lily's mind. Because I still feel like, particularly from what she said, like, during the confession scene, that people leaving her is, like, a big concern for her. Lily's daughter is finally becoming independent. Yep. I suppose it's because I've slowly come to pay more and more attention to everything going on around me. With things seemingly happening faster and faster, it feels like I'll miss something if I'm not as observant as possible. Not quite, but I'm on the right track. Okay. I guess I just need more pieces. With the exams, my newfound love life, trying to fit in some studying regarding my options for college and university, and my heart condition applying the brakes on everything at irritatingly random times, my brain's been in overdrive recently. It makes me appreciate the rare quiet times such as these. I guess this is why Lily came to appreciate her weekly walks to the convenience store and her tea parties with Hanako. Despite her like of being surrounded by others, they gave her a moment of peace in a chaotic and busy life. Excuse me? Thank God the exams are over, eh? The comment draws an earnest chuckle from both the girls. It seems like everybody's been a lot happier since the exams ended last week. So what are you doing for the summer holidays, Hanako? Only... I quickly count the days in my head. Today's Monday, the school finishes on Saturday. 5 days to go, after all. I was thinking of traveling. Just around a bit. There's a lot of places I want to see, and I think I have enough money to pay for the bus and train rides. Naomi and one of the other girls in the newspaper club said they might come along too. Her look indicates she's given the matter quite a lot of thought. I'm kind of surprised that she's contemplating something like this. It seems she's really become intent on striking out on her own. Is there anywhere in particular you're thinking of going? I was thinking that Kyoto sounds nice. I think I'll try to go to a few places still. Lily nods in approval, happy with Hanako's plan. While I cast my eyes to Lily, I refrained from asking her the same question. She's been evasive with her plans for the future for a long time now, but I never seem to get a good time to broach the subject alone with her. Every time it comes up in conversation, it feels like she's either unsure of herself or simply dodging the question. It's troubling. Yeah, is it troubling, he saw when people dodge the question? Be sure to call sometime while you're out and about. I gave you my number before, right? Hanako gives a quick nod, a happy smile on her face. It's strange to see how happy people seem to become when they have a goal to work towards. Yuko seems to brighten whenever her university aspirations are brought up, and now Hanako is just the same. So why do I still feel this uncertainty? And why Lily too? Relationships really can be irritatingly troublesome sometimes. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it takes me a second to remember that Lily's clock doesn't have any visual feedback. I really should know given how many times I've been in her room. Nevertheless, I take my watch from my bag and quickly check it, the reason for her asking becoming clear. It's about 20 past 10, nearly curfew. Hanako rises to her feet, dusting herself off and neatening her gown after doing so. I'd better be going then. Good night, Lily. Hiaso. Sleep well, Hanako. See you tomorrow. With that, she walks to the door and quietly makes her exit. Silence. This seems to be happening more and more between Lily and me recently. After a few seconds, I finally find something to talk about. Oh yeah, I talked to Muto on Friday. Finally checked out some guides on college and how to apply for it. That's good news. If you're going to be applying for colleges, I assume you have some idea in mind of what you might do in the future? I think I've settled on becoming a science teacher. It's going to take a while to get through university and everything to be qualified, but I think it'll be worth it. Lily's face brightens considerably at the news. I suppose, with her wish to become a teacher, she's delighted I'd take the same kind of path. So you've decided on a career of teaching. I think that path suits you most excellently, Hiaso. I smile and nod. This time, even if I know she can't see me doing it, I know she feels it. I imagine Muto would have taken to the news quite well. That's one word for it. Hey, Lily? Yes? I know you want to be a teacher, but... For a second, I wonder whether I should really ask her the question on my mind, but... That's quickly brushed aside by the fact that this is rather late to have second thoughts. Surely you don't still think I'd be offended by something regarding my blindness? Her accusing tone is betrayed by her grinning face, amused at my awkwardness in raising the topic. Some things never change. Okay, crazy that this is the only route to actually deal. Yeah. I don't know, it does feel like the most well-written route. Good point, I guess. I was just thinking whether or not being blind would be a hindrance. What with your ambitions to become a teacher and all. She looks mildly surprised before giving the question some thought. I refuse to think she's never actually pondered this issue before. I think it's maybe a difficult question, a difficult thought for her to consider, because she's been blind from birth. She doesn't have a comparison to. Yeah. It's same way, kind of. Sometimes, when I wonder, would life, I don't know, how much easier my life would be if I wasn't autistic or if I didn't have ADHD. Because I've had it all my life, I don't know I can't compare it to living a normal life. I wonder. Hiaso, could you close your eyes for a moment? Okay. Raising an eyebrow, I do as she requests. I have no idea what she has in mind, and my questions only increase as I peek out from one eye. Taking the black ribbon she usually wears in her hair from the cabinet beside her bed, she advances towards me while running it through her fingers to remove any stray hairs remaining on the piece of cloth. Don't get him blindfolded. I suddenly click onto her intentions as I feel the black strip make contact with my face, wrapping around my head and over my eyes. What exactly is this for? Sort of suddenly gone doesn't mean problems will be gone. But yeah, I'm just bringing up the point that if you've had a condition all your life, it's hard to like understand like for in Lily's case, like would being able to see be helpful? Like is it going to be a struggle because of when she doesn't know, like it's not like she has an experience of not being blind to compare it to? It's a little test, Hiaso. Since you seem to be wondering, I'll let you see things as I do for a time. Huh, so that's what this is about. To be honest, this actually sounds kind of fun. Childish and rather silly to anyone who would be watching, but a bit of silly fun never hurt anyone. I stand up with a heave, my hands quickly moving out in front of me to warn me of any obstacles. Okay, now what? Now, touch me. If you say so. Now then. I slowly make my way forwards, towards the sound of Lily's voice. My walking speed could barely even be called a shuffle, and the entire experience feeling alien enough that I don't want to risk inadvertently tripping over anything, such as her table or her haphazard pile of books. Something soft yet solid brushes against my left leg. Further inspection reveals it to be Lily's bed. I move onwards, finding myself thankful that Lily's room is so neat and tidy. Even the piles of books she has are generally kept close to the wall, well out of harm's way. I imagine this is exactly why. The hard wall pressing against my outstretched hand makes me furrow my brow in frustration. Hey, Lily, where are you? What are you doing over there? I'm over here. Lily's voice comes from the other side of the room, far from where it was before, even to my untrained ears. If she's going out of her way to avoid me reaching her, then is this just a game to her? Of course it is. Compared to a life where even the concept of sight is an abstract one, a few minutes in a blindfold are nothing. I guess she's made her point. She's more than capable of navigating her room and further. I've seen how independent she is, even when compared to many of the others in Yamaku. Well, even if this is just a game, I may as well play it wholeheartedly. With a pace much quicker than before, I move towards the source of her voice, deftly sidestepping the table in the center of her room thanks to remembering its position. I've got you now! She gives an impish giggle, one just long enough to work out that she's passing just beside me. I quickly turned around to face new direction. The table wasn't there before! Ow, ow, ow! I slowly sit up next to the table, raising my blindfold as I rub my aching head. I give an irritated kick to the table that's sitting just in front of where I fell. Utterly pointless, but the thing deserved it. Hiaso? Lily's still standing just to my side, obviously unsure of what's befallen me. Sorry, I kind of fell over. Are you hurt? My head hurts, but I think I'm okay. I think the table moved in order to trip me over. She giggles as she walks over and takes a seat beside me, her hand resting on my own. I suppose that's the end of that, then. I think so. But I also think I get the point. Though I do wish it hadn't involved such a headache. Lily suddenly looks blank. Point? And I return an extraordinarily flat look. That was just for fun? I just thought it might ease you up a little about the subject. You always seem to tiptoe around it after all. In regard to teaching, sight isn't that important. There are plenty of classes taught by entirely blind teachers, and more than enough resources for me to learn the subject. It's as simple as that, really. I slump my shoulders and give a snort of amusement. Yeah, I understand. I guess we'll both just have to work hard to reach our goals then. What is it? With a little hesitation, Lily pushes forward her chin and closes her eyes in an unmistakable gesture. Oh. Alrighty then. More. I want more. Alrighty then. Oh. I can feel my blindfold. I can feel my chest tightening as I rock back and forth frantically. Both of us entirely taken with ourselves. Where's the bunk stick when you need? Nothing. That unusual. I just need to take deeper breaths to steady. Oh. This feeling is just normal. Oh. This isn't. I can't. This pain is too much. I stumble backwards from Lily with unseemly haste. I was like, having a hard time. Yeah. I did wonder if that would ever come up. And this is why, Hiaso, you should be doing your morning runs. Clumsily hitting the back of my foot against the table and falling to the ground with an unceremonious crash. Breathing wildly, I frantically scrape at the ribbon over my eyes as I lay on my back. I have to get this off. I have to get this off. For a moment, everything goes black. As the rush of newfound light assaults my eyes, my breathing slows from the brink of hyperventilation. Seconds pass and I carefully measure out the rhythm of my heartbeats with every ounce of concentration I can muster. My heart is normal. It's back to normal. My body feels utterly bizarre as I lay dazed on the floor looking at the ceiling. The adrenaline from before is still pouring through my veins, but my mind is completely exhausted. I prop myself up as I hear Lily getting off the bed and coming towards me. Hiaso? Are you okay, Hiaso? I'm fine, Lily. I'm fine. She gives a sigh of relief, her worried expression collapsing. Her face afterward is the very last I'd ever wanted to see from her. It's a face I detested when I first saw my parents in the hospital all those months ago. Pity. Lily pities me. I just close my eyes and turn away, powerless. I feel like throwing up. Sorry. She slowly shakes her head as she finishes buttoning up her top. Her kind smile looks so fragile, so delicate, that it makes my heart sink. Approaching carefully, she feels out the edge of the low table before taking a seat next to me, putting her arms around my chest. I'm sorry, Hiaso. I shouldn't have pushed my desires onto you. You don't need to apologize. I'd normally be fine. You've seen that much before. I guess I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. My eyelids feel heavy. Calmly sitting next to her like this is probably letting the adrenaline work itself out of my system and letting my mind relax. So that's why you never took the lead? Yeah, I guess it's a good thing you like to, huh? The joke seems to lighten her expression a little. A fact which helps let me feel less unease about my unreliable self. Lily's head comes to rest on my shoulder as I struggle to keep my eyes open, with more difficulty after each blink. I feel completely drained. It's okay, Hiaso. It's all okay. No sooner does she say this than a small, quiet tune escapes her lips. Entirely too tired to think, all I can do is listen to her soft humming. It's a soft, almost melancholic tune. It sounds familiar, but the more I try to remember its origin, the less I seem able to concentrate. Is it the one from the music box? The feeling and scent of her head gently resting on my shoulder, and her warm body against my side are soothing. The soft humming of her voice, too, relaxes my mind as much as her warmth relaxes my muscles. This singular, quiet moment, after all this fracas, it makes me realize just how exhausted I've become. I can feel my eyelids slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Even with the chaos of before, I wish this moment would last forever. Lily and I together, sharing a single, solitary occasion together, just as we used to. But if that's the case, why does she feel further away than she's ever felt before? Oh dear. Maybe it's time for some honest and open communication. Oh. The loud clatter of books falling into the return slot abruptly breaks the grip of silence over the school library. It's become a habit for me to come to the library at least once a week. Not only does the reading itself keep me busy, but discussing books with Hanago and Lily also does. Obviously startled, Yuko suddenly twists towards the direction of the noise. I'd have thought her used to people dropping books by now, since she does work here. Oh, hello Hiso. Back again. It takes me a moment to respond, my mind still distracted by the familiar melody of Lily's humming that's hardly left my ears in the several days it's been since I fell asleep to it. Oh yeah, just returning some books I borrowed. She casts her eyes downwards, presumably to the bin the books dropped into. You're a very heavy reader, aren't you? It's become a bit of a routine now. It passes the time, at least. I wish I had free time to pass. From small talk to depression in less than 5 seconds. I think that's a new record for her. She seems a bit down in general today, even compared to normal. Considering she has to work 2 jobs just to support herself, I could see how that would take a toll on her lifestyle. Come to think of it, to pay for her job here can't be all that bad. The idea of staff in such a prestigious private school going hungry strikes me as counterintuitive. Working 2 jobs must take a lot of time. I'd probably never manage it. You're lucky being a student. Do you think you'll be able to go to university? If she's asking, then I guess that's the expected result of having this kind of education. Private schools like this don't exactly come cheap. I guess. I have the money, I think. I've got plans which will require going to one, and my grades are good enough. It's more a matter of how I'll pay to do so. University costs so much that I'm having to work 2 jobs to afford to enter it. Paying for daily expenses too makes it a lot harder. If you're reading this much though, that means you're doing well in school, right? Interesting logical jump. Not an altogether wrong one though. I suppose so. I didn't find any of the exams very hard, aside from maybe 1 or 2. Is that maybe like the possibility of a scholarship? Do you mind if I ask what studies you're pursuing in university? Yugo appears to genuinely brighten at the question. Anthropology. To be specific, I'm specialized in the history of classical era Athenian civilization and democracy. She really seems to know her stuff. Such enthusiasm is to be admired, and it's nice to see her genuinely excited about something. I guess even somebody like Yuko can be happy if she has a visible road ahead of her. That's good. Oh. Both of us jump at the sudden interruption coming from my pocket. Apologizing profusely and quickly shuffling into the hallway as I fumble with the cover of my mobile phone, I glance at the screen. Weird. It's a mobile number I don't recognize. And considering I can count the number of people with my number on one hand, I briefly wonder whether it's some telemarketer that lucked out. Hello? Hiso Nakai speaking? Is this Kenji? Like, Kenji feels like he'd have the resources to, like, sleuth out Hiso's number. I'm going to assume it's Kenji. Jeez, pick up faster next time. Anyway, guess who? Oh, it only takes me a second to recognize the distinctly deep, brusque voice. Oh, Misha. I wasn't expecting Misha. Hey, Misha. Didn't expect you to call me. Oh. Akira. Never mind. Yeah, I suppose Akira would probably have it would have been as simple as just asking Lily. Huh? You actually think I sound like her? Not at all, Akira. I don't remember giving you my number though, so I thought I'd mess with you. Oh, that. I got Lily to give it to me. Not hard. She positively brims with pride at the statement. He's trying to get me caught up in her pace, I know it. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that the two would share my number though, given how close they are. So, what's up? You free right now? I guess. Why? Could you meet me at the park in town? I just want to talk to you about some stuff. Is that an invitation to a date? What? Of course not. She sounds suddenly crestfallen, her previous teasing nature having instantaneously left. It seems strange for her. Anyway, I don't see why not. When do you want to meet? Kind of now-ish. Wait, right now? But it's... The dead silence suddenly coming from the phone announces the fact that she has unceremoniously hung up. Well, you better get going. For a long time, I just stand there, staring at the call-ended message on the screen while replaying the conversation in my head. What the hell, Akira? Throwing a glance up and down the street, I cross the road and step into the park. I've learned to pace myself on such walks, mostly because Lily's slower speed during our forays into town means I have to consciously slow myself down. That aside, I hope Akira didn't expect me to be immediately prompt. Oh. It only takes a couple of seconds to spot her, waiting on a bench with a can of beer in her hand. The look she gives me as I walk up lacks any hint of acknowledgement or greeting. What's with that look? I didn't have come, you know. I knew you would. You're that kind of person after all. I lower my brow at her remark as she disposes of the can, emptied by the time I arrived, and a metallic clatter rings out. Akira takes a seat on the old wooden bench, and I follow her lead. She takes another can of beer from beside her and opens it before speaking, taking a large gulp. She seems to really like that stuff. Or she is going through something at the moment. I suppose I don't need to ask about what this is about, or rather, who it's about. I heard from Lily that you asked about our family. They share more than phone numbers, that's for sure. I'd probably be very worried right now if it weren't for the total lack of malice in her voice. Rather, her tone sounds almost wistful. Idle curiosity, mostly. I have to admit, I'd never have guessed you two were half Scottish. She gives a wry chuckle of amusement. I've heard that before, trust me. A small smile falls from her face, her eyes looking ahead distantly. Aside from the occasional elderly couple talking as they slowly walk the meandering paths, and the odd aging car, it's pleasantly quiet. She didn't tell you everything though, did she? It was pretty brief. Your parents live in Scotland, she hasn't met them since she was 12, and she wants to meet them again. It's always surprised me how devoted she is to her parents, for all the good they did us. The way she says it sounds almost derisive. She gives a small sigh as if to quickly brush the feelings away. Why do you think they left, Hiaso? Why do I think they left? From what Lily told me, it was because of work. I guess a pretty decently paying job was involved as well, given the way your parents seem to live. So Lily went to a private school, and that's why she carries herself with the airs and graces of the upper class. Yeah, since the business in Inverness boomed, our father decided to move directly to the same city as his headquarters. That's just the conclusion I thought you'd come to, though. You're too good-natured. You don't think they left for their career? I'm sitting here bitching to you about it. What do you think? Yamako Academy. I've always felt that place was kind of creepy. Like an isolated hideaway for those proper society doesn't want to see nor hear. They probably just rue the fact that Lily wasn't old enough to be shoved there by the time they left. A long silence follows her abrupt and very harsh criticism of her own parents, and Yamaku. Lily's blindness is hardly something that could be simply ignored for a high-class family attempting to keep up appearances, much less so when a lucrative offer is on the table. Eventually Akira gives a derisive snort, her feelings coming to her head. moving to secure our financial future of his new job posting. Even at the time, I hardly believed it. Not wanting to simply be an avenue for venting, I gently tried to steer the discussion. So, you stayed in Japan with Lily then? Either I stayed with her, or she went to live with an ailing grandmother and grandfather. What about Shizune's family? If you're cousins, then... Our fathers hate each other. I'd have been more than happy to tell them to go screw themselves and live with them anyway, but Lily wouldn't have wanted that. I'd also had an offer for a job by then, so we did our best to keep our parents' house in proper shape and tried to continue our lives as if they'd never left. So you just lived by yourselves? Basically. Lily had school and I had my job, so we weren't exactly languishing. With her schooling, her study, and having to do chores while I worked, though, I kind of feeling like I failed her. In the end, I tried to be there for her and screwed it up. Expecting a 19-year-old to be a mother for a blind child. It's ridiculous. So, Lily and Akira lived alone after their parents moved, with Lily largely taking care of herself. I guess that explains her apparent independence compared to many in Yamaku. Crusader Kings Free has taught me everything is eugenics are essential. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know if Crusader Kings is really like the best guide for navigating modern society. I may have lived alone much of the time since my parents both worked, but that's just something else entirely. Sorry for making you listen to my moaning, Hiso. I don't mind at all, but do you mind if I ask why you're telling me all this? You always were curious. Context, I suppose. Life isn't a fairy tale, Hiso. Some people have to learn that the hard way. She takes a long drink from the can in her hand, her face becoming more depressed and distant. I broke up with my boyfriend a few days ago. After I leave, we're not going to be able to see each other again. No, Akira's not, it's not real. I mean, I'm not saying it's, well, depending on how you play it, it can be close to real history, but modern society and like historical society, I feel we've made some improvements to things. And that's how life is. You can't just set your life up and expect it to stay that way forever. Sometimes stuff happens that you have to roll with, even if it means hurting yourself or others. She takes a long breath before looking up at the bright orange sky. If I smoked, I could take a nice long drag right about now and look kind of cool. I want to respond, to help her in whatever way I can, but I feel utterly useless. This kind of situation is one I've never been in, and I simply don't have the experience to say anything meaningful to comfort her. Akira looks over and evidently picks up on this, much to my embarrassment. I must look pretty pathetic right now, whining about this to someone I barely know. Hardly. I'm pretty much an expert on looking pathetic. She gives a chuckle, the act feeling like a personal victory for me. You're a good kid, Hiso. When I said that I approved of you being with my sister, I wasn't joking or just being nice. She picks herself off the seat with a grunt, one that seems ill-fitting given her age, and throws the now empty can into the bin after one last swig. It's just unfortunate that that doesn't really count for much in this world. When I said that I was leaving for Scotland, I was doing it because a good position opened up in our company's headquarters. When our folks told me that when we were at their place, though, they also gave Lily a summons to rejoin them in Inverness. Ah. No way. Her evasiveness when asked about her future, that awkwardness that had steadily grown between us, that uncharacteristic outburst of anger, all of them suddenly fit into place. The same family that she reminisced about after Haneko's birthday party. The same family that left her and Akira to themselves after taking flight to greener pastures. Now I feel stupid for never cornering Lily on what was bugging her. I'd never even considered if something had happened during her trip to her family's home at Inverness. And now a sense of unease grows in my chest. If her family has summoned her to join them in Scotland, all the way on the other side of the earth? Has she accepted? Lily hasn't told me whether she plans to accept, and it seems she hasn't told you either. That's why I called you down here to talk, Hiaso. Context, huh? I sit back, my feelings of worry and frustration no doubt written all over my face. Lily's a strong person, Hiaso, but she's not infallible. I guess it's my job to worry about her being her older sister, but I think that you deserve to know. I understand. You okay? You sound depressed. No, I'm just thinking. That's good. Thinking is good. Being rash won't get you anywhere. She looks at her watch, barely moving her wrist. I've got to go. Will you be okay? I'll be fine, don't worry. I'll have to talk to Lily about it and get everything sorted out. She gives a smile, but it doesn't feel all that genuine or sincere. Really, both of us are dancing around the fact that Lily's on the precipice of the biggest decision of her life and is trying to take the entire burden on herself. And part of that burden is the matter of our relationship. By the time I look up, Akira's already walking off with her hand held up. For the first time in a long while, I finally have an answer to something. Perhaps not even that, but at least I now have the right question to ask. Will you leave or stay? Maybe don't, ask her, directly to make a decision like that, but make it clear that you're opening up, you're open to, being someone she can talk to, about with her thoughts on the matter. Hurry, Lily. I'm moving as fast as I can. I can barely make out Lily's voice over the deafening pounding of the rain. Even though I dislike pulling her around, the situation calls for it. I turn forward, my free hand over my head in a futile attempt to keep at least my hair dry. My vision seems to be in grayscale. This really is rotten weather for summer, and the last kind of climate I'd want for a date. You didn't think to bring an umbrella? Summer can get pretty rainy in Japan. A pity. I'd even checked the weather forecast beforehand, one of the very few times I've ever done so, only for it to say that Sunday afternoon would be fine. Looking to Lily, her shoulders are by now completely drenched, with her right hand holding tightly to mine and her left gripping her retracted cane. This hard downpour came on just as we were between our destination and Yamagu, so we decided to try rushing the rest of the distance rather than doubling back. Entirely unused to running this fast, Lily's using all her concentration just to avoid tripping over. Hiaso, do you know where we're going? Even she's reduced to shouting to try and be heard over the combined noise of the wind and rain. The rest of my voice is completely drowned out by an even heavier burst of rain. The what? The Shanghai. How far is it? It shouldn't be far now. It doesn't take long before I call out to her once again. It looks like we're safe. It's just up ahead. I quickly pull up to a stop just in front of the familiar exterior, the lantern outside still giving off its reliable glow, and wait for Lily to catch her breath before going in. Ladies first. The tiny bell inside rings out when I hold the door open for her, a smile and a polite nod being my reward before entering myself. As I step in behind her and wipe my feet, only a quick glance is necessary to notice the distinct lack of activity. The Shanghai doesn't seem to get much in the way of patronage, and today is no different. Only a couple of tables are occupied. Summoned by the bells ringing, a most expected person comes to greet us. Welcome to the Shanghai. Yuko looks chipper today. And trying to predict her moods is pretty hard, but it's a nice change from the norm. Hello, Yuko. Hey. Good afternoon, you two. She takes a deep bow, somewhat taken aback as she rights herself again and gets a better look at us. What happened to you? You both look... Don't think I'll be finishing the stream. Yeah, I'm beginning to feel that myself. Her eyes drift towards the glass of the door behind us. Oh. Oh dear. We're inside now, at least. I think that's the most important thing. It's nice and cozy. You're lucky to be working inside today. It has been nice and quiet. I like days like this. Oh, wait, sorry. Is there anything you'd like? French vanilla tea, please. I'll have the same. Right, coming right up. She quickly skitters off with a determined look on her face, trying very hard not to forget our orders. If nothing else, she's at least dedicated to her jobs. I lead Lily to an empty seat before the two of us settle down. As usual, there's a large difference between my exhausted flopping down into my seat and Lily's delicate sliding into hers, her cane set beside her. For a while, I just idly watched the rain falling outside. The occasional person runs down the street trying to stay as dry as possible, hands often tightly gripping a rain-soaked umbrella. Lily sits just as quietly as I, her eyes closed as she intently listens to all that's happening. It's a comfortable, relaxing silence that exists between us. Just the type that we'd so often shared together in the past months. For Lily, at least. I can't help replaying the words of her sister in my mind, at times contrasting them to both our time spent together since I entered Yamaku, and to the way we've been since we started dating. That's... Yeah, I suppose that's one big thing to consider about Lily's thoughts, is... So she knew about this when she confessed her feelings. I wonder if that... I'm trying to wonder if, like, her rushing things is, like, in her way, like, trying to, like, as quickly as possible find out kind of, like, how... Like, to find out how compatible she and Hiaso are? Or if it's a case of she's rushing things to try and, I don't know, become secure here so she feels more comfortable about not leaving? Not that it feels like Lily's rushing things any more than the other girls did. If anything, it's been a bit slower. It's kind of only Hisao's thoughts that she's moving quickly. Also, he's also almost dying. Yeah, that as well. It's hard to quite figure out. No matter how much I try, I can't work Lily out. It's as if the harder I try to second guess her emotions and her potential decision, the more difficult it becomes to reach a clear conclusion. It makes me doubt whether I'd ever really understood her. In the end, I'm going to have to ask, even though I very much want to avoid doing so. You seem quiet today, Hiaso. Really? You seemed so enthusiastic about taking me out on a date. I assumed you had something specific you wanted to do. No, not really. Just wanted to spend some time with you. How about you not? Yeah, just asking. It tends to be good. Is that so? Fine. There was one thing. A little grin finds its way onto Lily's face, knowing full well that she's bested me. It makes what I want to say all the more awkward. It was just... Akira and I were talking. Oh? What's with that tone? You two do seem to get on well, don't you? Well, I do think she's a pretty cool person to talk with. It'd be nice if any of the teachers were anything like her. Cool. For a moment, I try to place her tone of voice, my mouth curling into a smirk as I realize it. You're not jealous, are you? I'm not jealous. After her teasing me over such a thing on our first date, I don't feel too bad having a little laugh at her expense this time around. As we settle down, though, it's only a minor distraction from the real point of why I brought Lily here. Don't worry, it was mostly just everyday stuff. That said, there was something Akira mentioned that I wanted to talk to you about. When you went to see your family in Inverness a while back, she said, Akira told you about my family's summons, hasn't she? Seconds tick by while I try to read Lily's face. An odd mixture of feelings written on it. She seems annoyed, but also somewhat confused. Here. Yuko tentatively slides our drinks onto the table. Her presence oddly small. Oh, maybe she can kind of like sense that, oh, serious conversation going on? Just gonna leave the tea and move on. As she walks back to the counter after a quick, polite nod, I realize the air between me and Lily is thick, and our expressions are both somewhat pensive. Even though she says I should lead my own life, she still interferes at the worst times. I don't think you should blame Akira here. She's just looking out for you. And it's not like I can't understand her concern over this. Lily's irritation gives way to an awkward and largely unsuccessful attempt to mask her feelings. She really doesn't deal well with being cornered on personal topics. I know, but I just wanted some more time. I knew you'd have figured it out eventually, but... You were intentionally hiding this from me? For how long were you planning to do so? As I said, I simply wanted more time to think it through. I wanted to be sure of my decision before telling you. That is something that kind of hurts. Like, I know it is, like, it is very much Lily's decision to make. But yeah, having confessed to Hiaso like that and like being like very strong on the I don't want you to leave, to make her own choice about leaving or not leaving without like even letting him be part of her decision making process feels a little yeah, I don't know, it just feels a little off. What did you decide to do, in the end? I know what I wanted to say, but an awful feeling refuses to leave my gut. My family does dearly want me to return to them, and Akira will be going as well. I could still teach as a career, whether it be here or there. So, you're going? Well, she didn't say that, Hiaso. Maybe she was going to like give like the like her arguments for one side and then her arguments for the other. Because she said if she'd come to a decision, like that's when she would have said something. How long have you known? I already know you were asked when he first went to Scotland about a month ago. Some time. My frustration very nearly boils over. The fact that she's done this affects me more than it should. For her to not only be leaving, but to have been actively hiding her own plans from me and... Both bad about it, but at least his other problems no. Yeah. For her to not only be leaving, but to have been actively hiding her own plans from me, and after seemingly for so long to be the one solid pillar of support and reliability I could depend on. Yeah, that does feel kind of a little cold of Lily to just... Like, it feels a little like leading Hiaso on a bit. To kind of like know that she's going, like know that she's planning on leaving. And just... And like keeping up like this... Like keeping up the relationship. Like without like... Like when he's under the impression that, oh, this is something that's possibly, like, quite probably going to last. It feels as if the foundation underneath me is suddenly shifting drastically, much faster than I can adapt to. Perhaps this isn't so much frustration as sheer unease. Lily, I'm sorry, I wanted to think this through completely. I wasn't trying to take advantage of you. Please. I know, Lily, I know, this is just really sudden. He's... Okay, I appreciate that for once Hiaso, like, is like, you know, managing his frustration. Not lashing out the way he did with Emmy and Rin. I guess this means that once you go, we'll be breaking up? For once, one of the few times I've seen since I met her, she's genuinely lost for words. She doesn't look surprised. No doubt because the fact had dawned on her once she became sure of her decision, but rather, she appears genuinely unsure of how to deal with the situation now that it's in front of her. We could try pursuing a long-distance relationship. They're getting more and more common these days, after all. Even as she says it, the tone of her voice gives away that she doesn't truly believe what she's saying. No. Lily is far too old-fashioned to be able to cope with a relationship without any kind of physical presence, and even I am to an extent. All we would ever be to each other would be a voice from the other side of the world. In the end, trying to rationalize everything is futile. Any attempts to try and connect what's happening with the future or past just seem to get more difficult the more I concentrate. Those quiet moments when we just walked side by side, the precious time we spent with Hanako and Akira, the casual chatter we had during lunchtimes, the times we made love, confessions of our feelings to each other, all pointless. All just a fleeting moment in our young lives. Yep. How it is. This is the kind of thing that hurts me, that like, especially as this is something like this is the first time I think, like, I do kind of feel like sympathetic towards Lily's situation. Like, I'm not like as like outright frustrated with her as I was, say, with Hiaso in Rin's route. But yeah, I'm kind of a little more annoyed with Lily than Hiaso for once. That's about what sure said. Well, it kind of it bothers me. I like those times you're pretty justified in being quite upset about this. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I suppose that is that kind of like that willful ignorance of like knowing that there's a good possibility that this can't work out, but still giving Hiaso that hope. It'd be different if, like, when she confessed to him, she did go, I like you, but I've been given this choice. Like, even if she hadn't made the choice then, to say that, like, I'm seriously considering it. Like, yeah, it does kind of feel like... And I suppose, like, it kind of bothers me quite a bit because my own personal convictions that like if I'm going to be in a relationship, like I look at it like from the beginning with the idea of I am hoping that this is something that is going to last. If I'm looking at a relationship and I think this is probably not going to last, we'll probably end up breaking up some point down the line, or there's some reason I can see why this won't work out long term, like, to me, that's the kind of thing, like, it's better to not begin that relationship. Because even if you know it's coming, like, a breakup is going to hurt. I don't feel you can get that close to someone and then just, like, part ways without there being some hurt. Especially, like, how can you be sure, like, can you be sure the other side, like, won't start developing those thoughts of, well, maybe they'll change their mind. It does seem like she thought, no, yeah, it's, yeah, this is, yeah, feelings aren't always enough. To be fair, I'd say in most cases, like, feelings aren't enough for a relationship. They're an important part of it, but yeah, she's a teenager. Yeah, like I said, like, I'm sympathetic to her situation. Like, I'm not saying that it's kind of, oh, what, like, she's being completely dumb about this. It's just, yeah, like, it's a bad choice. It being an understandable choice doesn't make it good. But you can understand, like, yeah, like, wanting to have your cake and eat it too. Got together before she got presented. No, Candy. They just said, like, when Akira said, like, that she was given that offer while she was in Scotland. And it was only when she got back and they went to the summer house, that was when they got together. Also, hello, Sapphire. Welcome to the stream. Well, don't worry, Sapphire. Hiaso and Lilly have had both. Last session, apparently, you know, so high tension it nearly gave him a heart attack. I need a drink. It is getting very warm. Pre-bedtime. Well, one of them was a bath time, to be fair. Hey, look, Hiaso has a heart condition. Have to be careful. He has to be careful. He's a delicate little flower. No, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, Lily's circumstance, like, is sympathetic. Like, I'm not saying, like, I don't understand why she made that decision, but it is, yeah, it's just, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I will insist that was Lily made the wrong choice. I believe she did something she shouldn't. I believe she should have confided in Hiaso. I understand why she did it. I'm sympathetic to her feelings, but I don't. Yeah, I'm very firmly in the belief that you can't use your feelings as an you can't use your feelings in a situation to, like, just kind of go, oh well, it doesn't matter that you made bad decisions. We're just two children pretending to be adults, aren't we? A long, long silence hangs in the air between us. The noise of the other patrons drinking and talking only makes the situation feel more strange and disconnected. Lily's face remains low, her dejected expression clouding it. I do have to say, though, I do appreciate Hiaso in this situation more, because, yeah, compared to Rin and Emmy, Hisao is being much more level-headed and self-controlled. I suppose maybe that's Lily having some influence on him, but in Emmy and Rin's route, when, like, the serious conversations came up, like, Hisao, like, really just crashed out. I'm sorry, Hisao. A simple apology, and no more. She's left entirely without any further response or comment. With a long sigh, I gather what's left of my thoughts and ask the final question I have for her. When will you be going? I'll be leaving with Akira, so it'll be a little less than a week. Oh, that's... I think those are the only ones where Hisao has to crash out? Oh. Okay, so I just kind of... I just saw, like, angry Hisao first. Oh, so... That was, like... Oh, she even lied, like, giving us, like, the false hope about the, like, going out to the summer cabin again. Hisao's character is probably the most obvious signs different routes have been right. Oh, hello again, Ash. Welcome to stream. And yeah, it like, especially like going into Lily's route, it definitely does feel like Hisao's character is different. I wonder if it's probable that because Emmy and Rin are connected to each other, that the writers for Emmy and Rin's route probably had more, like they talked more with each other about Hisao's character. Because they were writing the roots for two characters who are friends. And that's why Hisao's kind of more similar there. Beginning of summer holidays? Just a little afterward, yes. Her tone is unusually slow and steady. Her apologetic and depressed mood all the more written to her face as she tries to hide it in her voice. In the end, I can't even keep my promise of going to Tanabata with her before she leaves. I look down, seeing my face reflected in the by now lukewarm cup of neglected tea sitting in front of me. They're all actors. I really thought I'd left this kind of expression behind. For a while, I just stare down into the still surface, trying to sort through my emotions to get at what course of action I should take, whether it be right now or in the future. Okay, see, now I'm thinking as well, what about Hanako? Like, Hisao... Like, Hisao's gonna have... Like, this is a big shock to him as well, but... For Hanako, like, to have, like, how much time did she plan to give Hanako to, like, come to terms with this? Like, does Lily think that it's better to not mention it? Like, does she really think that Hanako, like, in this last week is going to become settled enough with her new friend group that I feel like this suddenly being dropped on her and suddenly, like, losing Lily could, like, quite possibly cause Hanako to rebound. Oh, secrets, secrets, secrets. But this would be more of a problem if it happened earlier. Hanako currently seems to be more stable. She might... That's what I'm kind of not... I feel like Hanako maybe, if Hanako had time to prepare herself for Lily leaving. But I feel like, depending on how long Lily, like, gives her time to come to terms with this, because like Hanako does strike me as the type that, like, a sudden major change like that could be enough to kind of, like, shatter that stability she's built up. Like, we already saw kind of, like, that she very, like, even when no one knows Hanako well enough. Yeah. But again, it's kind of like, as we've been seeing, like, Lily's mind isn't exactly clear when it comes to this matter. It's probably a big flaw to this route. They excel at Hanako's score by leaps and bounds, so they didn't have to deal with that mage. Okay. I just feel like we saw, like, just when she was away for, like, that, like, the brief time in Scotland, like, even then, like, Hanako, like, very quickly kind of reverted. Like, yeah, we know it was her birthday as well, but Hisawa, like, said, like, even before and after her birthday, like, she seemed like she began to, like, not talk so much to him. I think that was Hanako. You know, yeah, I feel that was part of it, but I still... Yeah, I don't know. It just still feels something something relevant to what happens in their own roots. Hmm. Oh, yeah. It just... I don't know. I feel these secrets are just... Yeah, this isn't a secret that needed to be one. I glance up to see Lily gently sipping her cold tea without complaint, her face drawn and shoulders slumped. She looks to be deep in thought too, a strangely cold atmosphere coming between us as we isolate ourselves to mull things over. Even as Lily's cup slowly empties, mine remains untouched. It's a long time before I noticed the rain dying down outside and a few other patrons of the Shanghai having left. Oh. The chill of the rapidly darkening evening permeates the dormitory hallways. While trudging down the corridor to my room, I see an unwelcome movement from up ahead. Sure enough, the opening of the door opposite mine heralds the arrival of a bespectacled Kenji. Hey man, what's... Whoa, dude, you look awful, I think. You okay? He really has a knack for making any situation better. I don't really want to go into it. It's late. Okay, that's cool. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm, here. I look at him for a moment before surrendering my stern front and awkwardly scratching the back of my neck, embarrassed by my standoffish response to him. Thanks, Kenji. Hey, it's cool. That's what friends are for, right? You haven't done Hanako's route yet, but Hanako in this scenario is essentially a non-entity, which is a problem. Yeah, well, see, I've been enjoying, like, Hanako... I have been enjoying Hanako's interactions in this route so far. Yeah, you're right. See ya. I open the door to my own dorm room and close it behind me as he quickly waves me on. The solid thud the door makes against the doorframe sounds out a final call for the life I've led since coming to Yamaku. I just stand in my darkened room, fruitlessly attempting to work out what I should do from this point onwards. Just, what should I do? Oh. This is getting rough. As class ends, I simply rest my head on my hand and stare out of the window to pass the time. It's been a few days since Lily told me her plans. I haven't been to our ordinary lunchtime haunt since then, not that there would have been much point. Hanako's been busy with the newspaper club she's newly joined and has even begun talking in class with Naomi every now and then. Even Lily, aside from the fact that a meeting between us would have been awkward in any case, has been run off her feet with class representative duties as the summer holidays approach. And now they're just about here. With the end of today's bell, the summer holidays will have begun. I suppose that all I'll end up doing will be visiting my parents for the duration and lazing about my old home, now that my previous plans are entirely askew. Meanwhile, Akira and Lily will be en route to Scotland, to live out the rest of their lives there. No matter how hard I try to rationalize the idea that once the summer holidays begin, my life will return to the way it was, it simply refuses to happen. Everyone's moving on with their lives. Lily's rejoining her family, Akira's moving up in her father's business, Hanako's gaining new friends and hobbies, and even Yuko's moving ahead with her university aspirations. even I'm moving forward in the end. With the grades I've gotten so far in Yamaku, much less after such a rocky beginning. The path to getting into teaching science as a career seems straightforward. I suppose I should at least be happy about that much, but it doesn't really seem to help. Hit-chan! I quickly stopped my ruminating and turned to face the bubbly voice beside me, putting on the most upbeat expression I can muster. As expected, Shizune stands flanking her. I have a sneaking suspicion they want something from me. Hey Misha, Shizune, what's up? Well, Chichan and I were thinking. Since we're just two poor little girls that need help with all the work we've been given just before the holidays begin. Sure, I can help. But Hitchan, we really need... What? I think I broke Misha. Even Shizune raises an eyebrow at her accomplice's shuddering stop in her tracks. So you'll help us, Hitchan? I just said I would, didn't I? It's hardly like I have anything better to do. Maybe helping them with their work will help take my mind off the situation. Misha seems genuinely ecstatic with my response, but Shizune's expression is clouded and difficult to read. I find myself quickly averting my eyes from her own, as it almost looks like a face of pity. No doubt. No doubt. It must just be my imagination. Well, but I wonder how much Shizune knows about Lilly's situation. Because, her little brother is pretty close with Akira, so it's quite possible that she's been hearing what's been going on. And we never really did hear yet, like, what really is going on between them. This is hardly the first time I've been in the student council room. Indeed, I've found myself down here often, either to help Lilly with class rep work, or to sort out one thing or another with the student council itself. Now, though, it's quite a different place. Papers and folders are strewn across every table in the room, only a solitary little black laptop atop a single desk sticking out from the mess. It looks positively ancient. Yeah, that does look like a school laptop. And I'd guess it has been valiantly serving its task in archiving information for years and years. So, what needs doing? This looks like a lot to do. Shizune's expression becomes determined as she signs. It's a worrying look. Everything, Hitchan. My worry was well placed. Everything, you say. What's left on the desks is what needs to be done. It all needs to be digitally recorded, which is what the laptop is for. And I'm guessing that I'll be the one doing this? Chichan says she saw you with the computers in the library a few days ago, and that you seemed really good with them. Good with computers? I can touch type, I guess, but it still seems like an overestimation of my skills. I was just typing up homework. Wait, Shizune was watching me do that? One must know their allies before they can know their enemies, of course. Wow, that's pretty wise. For once, it's not very hard to work out who said what. Nevertheless, it doesn't seem worth fighting over. Sitting at a computer doing some typing hardly seems onerous, as far as tasks to help Shizune and Misha go. Besides, it will help to take your mind off things. Take my mind off things? Take my mind off what things? Misha's face goes blank as she translates this for Shizune, though the latter's response is only to glance away towards the window after briefly signing. Misha's face quickly returns to a smile as she translates back. She was confused, I guess, but Shizune is harder to pin down. I was just thinking you may like to get your mind off the exams, of course. Either way, we may as well get into it sooner rather than later. I'll go along with you. That's the spirit, Hitchan. And that's the 5th spreadsheet compiled and saved. Time for next month's. After a little bit of fussing around, we all managed to get a bit more organized. Shizune's been gathering up the loose sheets and thankfully sorting them into a neat pile next to me. Meanwhile, Misha's been handling the manual writing work, her girly pink pen leaving its unmistakable mark on paper after paper. Once I got myself into a rhythm, this really wasn't so bad. Shizune and Misha also seem to be in the swing of things, wordlessly communicating as they go about their business with fervor. I periodically glance at the sheet beside the laptop, apparently a list of student names and matching addresses, as I dutifully enter the data written on it. I don't pay a lot of attention to what I'm typing in until I reach about midway down the page. Hakamichi, class 3-3. Huh. Her family's home is in Saitama. My idle curiosity has ended abruptly as 3 light taps can be heard rapping on the door. Oh, 3 light taps, that sounds like Lilly. Misha quickly skips over to check who it is, tapping Shizune's shoulder on the way past to let her companion know what's happening. Ah, you're here. Who is it? With a slight pause to enter Shizune's data into the file along with the others, I look up to check who's at the door. Lilly? After giving a cursory nod to Misha in greeting, she perks her head up in her trademark manner. Is that Hiaso? She's pretty darn good at working out my voice from the smallest of phrases nowadays. I mean, she is/was your girlfriend? Yeah, it's me. Hey. The atmosphere feels slightly awkward as she bows. Neither of us knows quite how intimate we should be around each other, given she's leaving in just a matter of hours. This is a fact that, thankfully, neither the oblivious Misha nor the hard-working Shizune pick up on. So, you've got work to do as well? Unfortunately. I arrived as soon as I could, but my class held me up with a surprise farewell party, and I had to get changed. I glanced down at the laptop's clock. It's pretty much the end of lunchtime, so I'm guessing Lilly managed to wrangle the last period off as well. I take it Shizune is here as well. Of course. And I've been here during all of lunchtime as well. That last comment was really not needed. Shizune's baiting Lilly into another argument. I can feel it. I'm sorry I can't be as hardworking as you, Shizune. I'll endeavor to hire more lackeys to do my work in the future, I assure you. And Lilly just took the bait, escalating things further. Aren't you the one always outsourcing work to your classmates? The difference is that they choose to help, unlike your tyrannical grip on your own class. Tyranny works. Even if we did things differently, we still got the same results, right? This is school, not a police state. You'll have to remind me when you were appointed class monarch, I'm afraid. You have to seize power. It's not as good if it's just handed to you. But I guess you wouldn't really understand that, right? You'll also have to remind me when monarchs are elected into their positions. Lilly positively bristles at this. Shizune's 2-hit combo forces her onto defense. Yet for all your vaunted power, you cannot get one person to help you without forcing him. But he's out-volunteered. He's such a hard worker. He's doing this instead of meaningless socialization, right? Is that so, Hiaso? Ah, this is bad. I've really ended up between a rock and a hard place. As much as it may pain me to do this, the truth has at least a chance of stopping this argument here and now. It's okay, Lilly. They didn't harass me to come or anything. Lilly gives me a disapproving grimace, silently radiating her strong feelings of displeasure in my general direction. She can be quite scary when she wants to be, though thankfully that isn't often. It-chan, you make that sound like it's a regular occurrence. It isn't. In the end, it doesn't matter so long as everything's getting done at a good pace. Let's just get this work over with so we can go home. Shizune snorts derisively and gets back to marking off the sheet in front of her, while Lilly sighs and finds her way along the room with her hand following the filing cabinets lined along the wall. This would mark the only time I've managed to successfully defuse one of these situations, but the grudging ceasefire built around mutual fear and respect makes this feel more like the Cold War than any real peace. I can't take all the credit though. Lilly's leaving has surely affected Shizune to some extent to make her give up so easily. Moments before getting back to my work, I noticed Lilly reaching up to grab something from above a filing cabinet. I almost offered to help, but her height gives her ample ability to take it down safely. Once she sets the strangely shaped device on the desk beside me, I realize just what it is. Sort of. As she takes the old green covering off and sits down. Oh, is this the Braille typer? At first glance, it seems to be an odd metallic blue typewriter, but it doesn't take me long to realize it's far from ordinary. It has far fewer keys than expected, and those it has show no lettering printed on them. Only the shadows cast by the tiny Braille dots on them give a hint to the thing's purpose. Blind typewriter? Oh, this? Well, you're not far off. It's normally called a Perkins Brailler, but it's basically a typewriter for the blind, yes. It presses Braille into the page rather than text, which is why it has fewer keys. Huh, that's really neat. She gives a light-hearted grin at my curiosity over it. I have to admit that it appeals to my sense of novelty. Without further ado, we each get back to our allotted tasks. The loud clunking of the mechanics in Lily's Brailler and the tapping of the laptop's old and weary keyboard quickly fill the room. It's a nice atmosphere, really. Everyone knows what they have to do, and Lily and I get to sit beside each other and exchange the odd word as we work away. Nostalgic. That's what it feels like. It's pleasant, but just slightly stained with the knowledge that our time together is nearing its end. Kind of feels like I'm on like path for a neutral ending more than a good ending. Excuse me, Misha. To properly address her, Misha bounces over from the filing cabinet she's peering into, in spite of Lily's lack of sight. For a moment I think it's strange, but then I realize it's exactly what I do. What's up? Could you ask Suzune where the attendance records for Class 3-2 are? I think they've been moved. Okie dokie. There's a certain scene where it'll diverge from the good or bad ending. Does Lily have a neutral ending? Also, I'm assuming neutral endings are kind of the romantic relationship ends, but kind of like things are still on good terms between Hiaso and the girl. Whereas the bad ending is kind of like even the friendship ends. Well, it's technically good and neutral ending. Oh, does Lily not have a bad ending? And with that, she flitters off to Shizune, who's working at a table behind us. Lily's familiarity with the council room and the efficiency with which she works remind me that she, Misha, and Shizune used to all work together in the student council. Maybe this is a fitting end for her stay in Yamagu, working away just like she used to, surrounded by those she loves and at least liked. I look up, getting taken off guard by Shizune sorting through a drawer rather than Misha. Sure enough, she plucks out a manila folder, entirely blank, save for the just barely visible bumps on its front, and holds it in front of Lily. Lily's hand flits over it to check what it is, her fingertips feeling out the dots of Braille and confirming it's what she asked for. Thank you, Misha. No reply. No reply. That is save for an odd grin, no smile, on Shizune's face. A couple of seconds pass before Lily clicks that it isn't Misha behind her, but Shizune. Her momentary look of surprise is replaced by a slightly bashful smile. For a few moments, the room is all but still and silent. Eventually, though, Shizune strides back to her workstation and Lily begins typing once again. It only lasted a handful of seconds in all, but it feels like years of communication were made up for that one silent exchange. There, finished. I lean my head back and rub my eyes to try and work away their weariness. Staring at that small and rather poor screen has taken its toll. Excellent timing. The only thing left is to file these away, and I'll have my workload finished as well. Good. I can pack up the brailer and put it away while you do that. Thank you, Hiaso. Misha, are you and Shizune far from being done? I look around for the two as I replace the cover over the brailer, only to see them waiting at the door. I guess they must be waiting for us. With a minimum of wasted time, we file and pack up everything that remains and join them. Thanks for waiting, you two. Well, we couldn't just take off without you, Hitchan. You've been a great help. Shizune nods approvingly, pleased with my efforts. I guess that's the last class representative work done and over with then. That's right. I'll miss you, Lilly. I think it was fun working with you. Thank you, Misha. It's been good working with you. And Shizune. Shizune thinks for a moment before formulating her response. It's not that she often communicates without thinking. Quite the opposite, but this time it's even more considered than usual. Misha looks a little surprised before passing on the message. Shizune says, you'd better do your work over there better than you did it here. Far from taking offense, Lilly giggles into her hand. If that's the case, then please tell Shizune to give those still here a little more understanding in the future. Competitive until the last. Maybe Shizune and Lilly aren't so different after all. Chit-chan says that she'll be checking to make sure you live up to your end of the promise. Then that's how it will be. I'd better be off then. Goodbye, Shizune. Goodbye, Misha. Hiaso? Lilly takes a hold of my arm in hers. There'd be no need for Kane if I'm here to guide her. With a nod of farewell to the two, we set off outdoor and make our way to the school grounds. As I turn to wave goodbye to them, I notice Shizune's gaze lingering on Lilly. They may annoy each other, but family bonds aren't easily broken. Got all your papers sorted then? Yes, they've all been filled out and handed in. On top of things as always, aren't you? She gives an earnest smile at the compliment, but it feels as if her happiness is just a veneer over the fact that she's fully aware of how much she's leaving behind. It reminds me of how she was like when I first met her. Always smiling, always that little bit aloof. Always that little distance away from everybody. Even now, she still maintains that air around many others, especially those she's not close to. I had hoped that our time together would have changed that fact. Our pace slows, the two of us coming to a halt in the all but empty school gardens. Hiaso, is something that... Lilly's words are cut short as I turn and wrap my arms around her, pulling her tight. I may not usually be given to such impulsive actions, but I just want to be close to her, even if it's the last time I'll be able to. All the other students have retreated to their dormitories and homes, only the ruffling of leaves in the breeze making any sound whatsoever. As I draw back, I can see she has dropped her carefully maintained smile. Her hand hesitates, wanting neither to leave nor to stay on my features. She is putting up a brave show, but her slight trembling gives her away. Lilly may be able to control herself well, but even she can't hold her composure together now. This is the woman I've come to love, but also the one who in all too short a time will leave the country forever. I'm sorry, Hiaso. It's okay. You've got your own life to lead after all. We walk up the hallway in the girls' dormitory hand in hand, our emotions by now largely quelled. Nevertheless, our hands grip each other's much more tightly than before. Faint, muffled voices can be heard from Lilly's room, the origins of which aren't difficult to guess. The moment she opens the door, Hanako bursts through and wraps her arms around Lilly, taking her very obviously by surprise. Lilly! Lilly! Hanako? I'm going to miss you, Lilly. As expected, she's on the verge of tears. Lilly gently rubs Hanako's hair with her hand in response, then pulls back and gives a warm, reassuring smile. Looking beyond Hanako, Akira can be seen getting up from the side of Lily's bed and scratching her head. Her eyes turn from Lily and Hanako to me, a stilted, weak smile hanging on her face. I try to return a more genuinely happy look, but the result is probably just the same. So, everything's set? Managed to hold back from killing Shizune? The comment draws an amused giggle from her sister. Yes, I have everything in order. And yes, I managed not to. Have you packed everything you need? I got the 2 bags right here. There's still some left at the Hakamichi's home. I can pick that up while we wait there for tomorrow evening's flight, though. Akira gives the 2 large black travelling bags on the floor a hearty pat. She probably came to help pack and make sure everything was in order on Lily's end, before going together with her. Lily, will you be okay? Over there? I'll be alright, I assure you. I'll have Akira looking after me as well. And you know that she's reliable. But... Don't worry, Hanako. I have your phone number after all, so we can stay in touch. With Akira's help, I could send you things over the internet as well. Hey, don't use me just because you won't learn how to use a computer. Hanako and Lily both giggle briefly, the mood lightening ever so lightly. Oh, ever so little. That goes for you too, though, Hiaso. I promise I'll contact you once I'm in Scotland. I know. I'll be looking forward to it. Her offer may be kind, but we both know that this is tantamount to breaking up. Neither of us has any illusions as to how well we'd manage a long-distance relationship. With nary a word of prompting, the 4 of us begin the long, solemn walk to the school gate. The numerous lamps scattered around Yamaku grounds fail to do much more than provide pinpoints of light in an otherwise dense darkness. A car parked on the road just outside the school grounds comes into view, its shining black exterior reflecting the dimly lit lamps of Yamaku. I call out to Akira in an effort to alleviate a bit the heavy atmosphere. That your car? What kind is it? Don't know much about cars, do you? It's a Lancer Evo. Solid and speedy. Well, it's not as if her comment on my knowledge is off the mark. I've never really taken an interest in them. She gives a small sigh. She's been good. But you have to part with it tomorrow, just like the summer house. You guys were the last to visit it before it changed hands. Turning back from my rather faulty attempt at small talk, I glance at Hanako and Lily, following behind us. By rights, Hanako should be leading Lily, but it's rather definitely the other way around as she clings tightly to Lily's arm. It's a depressing sight. So, I guess this is it. Indeed. Although the time for everyone to say their farewells is now, nobody really wants to take the first step. It's as if the longer nobody speaks, the better the chances of them simply not leaving. Lily, do you really have to go? I'm sorry, Hanako. I won't be leaving you forever, though. I can still call you. Hiaso will still be here as well. I nod, but Hanako just clutches all the tighter to Lily's arm. After spending so long without anyone to call family, it must be excruciating to have to say goodbye to the one person that was as close to a mother as anyone could have been in her life. Lily lets out a long, sad breath. All Akira and I can do is stand by quietly on the sidelines, since the only person that can solve this would be Lily herself. Eventually, Lily pulls her arm from Hanako's grip and holds both of her shoulders gently. A much more decisive way of address than I've ever seen Lily take with her. Hanako, remember when we first met? When you entered my room for the first time after overhearing my consoling of a friend? You didn't say a single word for the entire night. Even as I poured you tea and talked, you sat silently and simply listened to what I said. It took many quiet meetings like that before you began to open up to me. But as you began to, I felt some of the happiest moments I've ever felt. I didn't become your friend because I pitied you, Hanako. I became your friend because I knew you were hiding not just from me, but from everyone. Your ambitions, personality, interests, tastes. I didn't know any of them, and neither did anybody else. As you showed yourself to me, though, I began to realize the person that you were, and became sure that our meeting was a very special moment. But Lily cuts her words short as she brings her hand to Haneko's head and brushes her bangs to the side, gently pressing her lips to Haneko's forehead. As she pulls her head back, leaving Haneko all but speechless and her eyes moist, Lily beams a wide smile. I believe you are a very beautiful person, Haneko, and I am certain that you will become a strong and confident woman. You are a very dear friend, and someone whom I love very much. Just like Hiaso, I will never forget you for as long as I live. I may be leaving, but you have your own life here to lead, just as I do. You have your own friends and hobbies, and your own hopes after graduation. I want you to devote yourselves to them, even if I am not around anymore. That is why I think you will be okay, because you are your own self, with your own life. You yourself proved that to me. Haneko lowers her head in embarrassment, but nods as she does so. I understand. I know I have to say goodbye. I know you have to go your own way. But thank you, Lily, for everything. Thank you, Haneko. Will you be okay? There are a few seconds of silence before the answer comes. I will. Lily smiles, undoubtedly at least partly in relief. That makes me very happy then. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lily. And farewell to you as well, Hiaso. And goodbye. I'll miss you. She pauses for a moment before walking up to me. Her right hand, outstretched in front of her, takes a hold of my shoulder. Her left hand slowly and daintily reaches towards my face, taking my cheek in her palm. For a while, she simply holds my face, her fingers just slightly moving to take in its contours. Usually her hand would be warm when doing such a thing, but the night air has given her skin a cool edge. I'm not sure how long we stay like this, her clouded eyes just below my own as she wears a wistful, almost distant smile. Eventually, though, I take her cold hand in mine. It's difficult to do so, but with a slight sigh, I gently remove her hand from my cheek. I hope you have a long and happy life, Lily, no matter where you might go. Thank you. I'll make sure to. She takes a long, trembling breath before turning slightly towards Akira's direction. Akira? Okay. With a nod, she takes Lily's hands and begins to guide her to the car parked outside the gates. They both walk slowly and deliberately, as if their movements had been rehearsed in advance. It's strange to feel like this now, watching somebody leave Yamaku. The feeling of unease I have now reminds me of the first time I walked through these black rock iron gates. It always looked far too pompous for what they were. As they leave, all of us know full well that our lives are irreversibly changing. I'd always told myself that I just have to take life as it comes. But everything's changing so fast, so suddenly. In the end, Lily's an irreplaceable part of the lives of both Haneko and me. The noise of Akira opening the passenger door for Lily brings me out of my thoughts, her hand waving back as Lily gets in. See ya, guys. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye, Haneko. Goodbye, Hiaso. Haneko's hand quickly shoots up, her face brightened by her enthusiastic farewell. Goodbye, Lily. Goodbye. See you, Akira. And goodbye, Lily. The door shuts as we all put on our best happy farewell faces, Akira getting in the car herself and starting it up in short measure. Lily's hand can just be seen waving through the tinted windows, both of our hands waving high as well. Just as every other time I've done such things, I can't work out precisely why I, or Haneko, waved to her given that she'd never see us doing so, but it doesn't matter. Even after that black, shiny car goes down the hill and disappears into the dark night, we carry on waving and seeing Akira and Lilly off. And then, they're gone. A strange stillness takes over as our hands return to our sides. I don't quite know what I should do or how I should feel. In the end, we just stand there, silently staring down at where the car disappeared from sight. Bye, Lilly. All I can do in response to her quiet, mournful goodbye is to place a hand on her shoulder. She looks at me for a few moments before looking back down the hill, secure in the knowledge that I'm still around for her. What we'll do from now doesn't seem all that uncertain. We all have our own ambitions now, just as Lilly said. But even so, it feels like there's a certain missing part in both of our lives now. Something that can never be replaced. Okay, I'm already kind of over time, so I'm going to be saving now, but I feel like I'm feeling very close to, I feel I'm very close to an end here. And I'm like very uncertain. I do want to continue, but I've also kind of been going for like 3 hours now. Definitely near the end. Screw it. Screw it. I want to see the end. The snap of my mobile phone's closing contrasts with the ambient chatter and noise audible even in the hallway outside the library. It's the first day of the summer holidays, a time that had perpetually seemed so far away, and yet it's now not only here, but also made painfully obvious by the students or lack thereof left into school. Most students have returned home to spend the holidays with relatives by now. The few that are left are mostly chatting between themselves, usually about what they intend to do in the coming weeks. It makes me feel like the odd one out for taking advantage of the school library being open for the first several days of the holidays. Ostensibly, it's for students to drop off any books they've borrowed and have yet to return, and for those who will have their parents pick them up to help pass the time until they get whisked away. Thanks to the recent lengthy phone call from my parents, which had so rudely woken me from my sleeping on a beanbag at the back of the library, I'm now in the latter category. Sliding my phone back into my pocket, this time remembering to set it to silent, I go back into the quiet and wholly placid room. It's a nostalgic sight. The neutral ending would have already ended in the last scene? Okay. Just as when Lilly first led me to the library, the orange tint of sunset bathes the room in its light while Hanako sits on a beanbag, silently reading and Yuko fusses, just barely visible behind the counter. Yeah, I was kind of fully prepared for the credits to start rolling after that last scene. Hanako especially has been noticeably more quiet than usual since yesterday's happenings, but I can't really blame her. It wasn't just me that depended on that person after all. I quietly walk back to the beanbag near her where I'd sat before, being doubly careful not to make any unnecessary noise. The soft puff it gives as the bag takes my weight makes Hanako's eyes flick towards me, but only for a second. I get the feeling that Hanako's been quiet only partly out of sadness following Lily's departure. Rather, she seems more thoughtful and measured than I'd expected. Perhaps due to her desire of working out how to deal with Lily's leaving rather than just being depressed over it. It makes me a little proud of her. Hey, Hanako? Yeah? Still going ahead with your idea of traveling? She gives a determined nod. I'll be starting in a day or two. Naomi's decided to come with me too. Oh, quick start. Where are you two headed to first? I think we're going to start by going north, then loop down and go southward. So, Hokkaido's going to be first? She gives another nod, more tentative than the last. The significance of that place is not lost on either of us. Do you know how you're going to handle the traveling expenses and accommodations? Yeah, I've worked everything out. I think it should be okay. Naomi says she has her side worked out too. You know that if you need anything, you can just call, right? I gave you my number before. Any time of the day is fine. She gives a smile, which in itself feels like a small personal victory. I know. Thanks, Hiaso. Maybe Lily was right. Although I may offer Hanako any help I can possibly give, I feel as if I know she doesn't need it. She really has grown. Hanako's plans for her holidays are in sharp contrast to my simple following of my parents' suggestion to stay with them. Holidays had always made me feel less excited than most, though, so maybe this is just a return to the status quo. Before my heart attack, I'd always lived so aimlessly that holidays weren't all that much different from my everyday life anyway. After school, I'd wander around a bit in the city, often hanging out with some friends, before making my way home to eat dinner with usually one of my parents, but rarely both. Their work schedules didn't leave much time for them to be home, and going there straight from school would just have meant I'd end up feeling bored. I was an urbanite through and through. Since coming to Yamakudo, it feels like I've fundamentally changed as a person. The phone call of my parents erased any traces of doubt I might have held on that in any case. Well, before I had exercised a fairly normal level of independence for a teenager, that being not a whole lot, my parents were more than pleased to hear of my newfound ability in taking care of myself. Hanako living her best life. Yeah, it is nice to see that Hanako is doing well with herself. Laundry, cooking for myself, cleaning, all in addition to other general chores that come from living without parents around. Just little menial things I've had to pick up, but with relative ease. When I think about it, I'd always depended on them, even if they hadn't been at home all the time. Say I never depended on anyone after moving into the Yamaku dormitories would be far from the truth, though. Excuse me. The two of us look up at the awkwardly fidgeting figure in front of us. Some things never change. It's getting close to closing time, so, Oh, right. I'd forgotten that the library closes earlier during the holidays. Hanako and I both get up and dust ourselves off, placing our books back on the shelf behind us. The fact that our tastes in reading material have a fair amount of overlap is useful at times. With a bow to Yuko to apologize for taking so much time, Hanako takes her leave of us. See you tomorrow, Hiaso. Bye. And with that, she walks out of the large wooden aging doors that herald the entrance to the library. She's a quiet person, isn't she? I suppose I should be surprised at a staff member sharing personal opinions like this, but after knowing Yuko for a while, it's largely expected. Our relationship is more personal, rather than one with her acting as an authority figure. Yeah, I think that's just how she is. She's got a lot more confidence in herself these days, though. I don't know her as well as you do, but I think I agree. It's nice to see her talking to people here. She never used to do that before. Hey, Yuko. You know about Lily's leaving, right? She told me herself a few days ago. It must be hard leaving everyone behind like she is. She quickly looks back to me after she says this, probably remembering that I went to her for advice on the relationship between Lily and me before. Are you going to be okay? That's a difficult question. It's something I'd rather not think about for now, though, given more pressing issues. Something seems kind of off about this whole deal, don't you think? Yuko appears to think for a while, absent-mindedly scrunching her face up in a variety of creative ways as she does so. I don't think I really know her well enough to make that kind of judgment. I'm sorry I can't be more help. That's fine. I'm just sort of thinking aloud. I give a deep sigh and scratch my head in frustration. There's just so much stuff happening at once that I have no control over it. Feels like I'm being swamped. I think everyone goes through times like that. What's important is to concentrate on what you can do, rather than what you can't do. At least that's how I see it. If I didn't think like that, I don't think I'd be able to manage my life as it is. She says it with a smile and a light tone, but her words are far from any kind of joke. being pulled between two jobs as she is, just to hopefully make enough money not only to live, but also for university, must be exhausting. Perhaps that's why, coming from her, this feels like it has more meaning than if it had come from most others. I guess you've got a point there. Thank you for your advice once again, Yuko. She bows deeply and smiles again, before making her way back to the counter where she spends so much of her time. The tiny wings of the cardboard crane on my fingers are only just visible in the dim light of my room. Cardboard? Lily folded an origami crane out of cardboard? Just a little of the moonlight being able to peek through the curtains and around her edges. That is paper, it is not cardboard. I lie still in my dark bed for a long time, idly looking up at the little origami bird. It feels like a lot's happened since Lily folded this, but at the same time it feels like very little has changed. It was construction paper. Yeah, it was like the wrapping paper from a sandwich. It is certainly not cardboard. Compared to everyone else, I'm back at square one. I might have a newfound idea of where I want to go in life, but that's hardly something that affects me now. Hanako changed. I know that much. If anything, she just makes me feel like I've got no excuse to be like this, considering her previous situation. Lily, though... I turned the bird in my fingers another way, looking at it from yet another angle. When I first met her, she seemed aloof and perhaps somewhat distant. Her actions were always careful, measured, and precise, and her carefully maintained composure always gave the appearance of unerring confidence and serenity. In time, she became less formal, just a bit, but enough. It felt good to see her lowering her inhibitions around me and opening up, even just a little, of her own accord. It felt as if I was seeing her real self slowly become more vibrant and visible. Now though, I'm beginning to have doubts. Hanako's progress telling me is how to get good. Yep. Perhaps they are to be expected after what is, effectively, the two of us breaking up. They don't feel new or strange though, but rather like an old book being found and dusted off. I soon realized after meeting Lily that she saw me as she did Hanako, as someone who needed help and care. At first, I simply thought that we'd be fine as friends, helping each other through our limited time together in school. But then, I began to treasure our moments together more and more, from our quiet walks to our talking over lunch. The good sides of her personality became ever more obvious and ever more likable. The absence caused by Lily's trip to Scotland to visit her long-distant family and sick aunt only made me realize how much I liked just being around her, and I had thought that she felt a similar way. For her, though, maybe that wasn't everything to our relationship. Even after she returned to Japan, that just meant she lost her family once again after meeting them for such a brief time. She lived so much of her life without her family around, not to mention with Akira working long hours, that she had little choice but to be like that. I had thought her sense of independence to be a good and admirable trait. It was in stark difference to my reliance on my parents before my heart attack, and as reluctant as I may have been to admit it. However, it also meant that she never let people get too close to her. She lost her family likely due to her blindness, went to a different school from anybody she knew because of it, and worked all the harder to make sure she didn't end up a burden on her sister and those around her. And now, Akira's going to Inverness, just like the family she thought she'd lost. She never told me of her plans, as conflicted as she was about them. Lily didn't want to be a burden on anyone, including me. I'm an idiot. I never questioned it. I never tried to be there or asked when she needed me to. I just set my life up and expected it to stay that way forever, with the two of us having a nice long relationship where we pushed forwards towards our future together. A small pit of frustration and anger at myself welled up in my chest. I just let everything happen, never even trying to help Lily. Just her being there was enough. I thought I could keep going on if that were true, but that could never have been enough. It was a childlike dependence on somebody, without any attempt to understand or help their situation. Thanks to that, I lost Lily. I lost the one person I loved most because I wasn't there for her when she needed me. Excuse me? With an increasingly angry feeling washing over me, I turn over and set the crane back on the desk next to my clock, the place where it has lived since that day when she folded it for me. Since that day when she herself said that my burdens needn't be my own. The obnoxious bright red numerals of my alarm clock shine through the darkness of the room onto my tired eyes. 10 o'clock. Evening. Curfew will be soon. I wonder. Akira mentioned they'd be leaving this evening. I've no idea exactly when their flight is, but that means there's a chance, however small, that they might not have already left. Adrenaline starts to move through my body as I sit up on my bed, my eyes suddenly wide with possibility. There's no guarantee they haven't left. Indeed, it's likely that they already have, but there's also a chance they haven't, however small it may be. You would have thought, like, being as close as they were, that, like, Lily might have, like, told Hiaso, like, you know, what time their flight was at, rather than just the evening. Just this once. Just as I should have before. Oh, are we getting to the cinematic moment of him sprinting to the airport? I stand up and rush over to my cabinet, throwing out some clothes as fast as I can and sliding them on in quick succession. Each second that goes by is a second that I can't regain. A second that may mean the difference between catching them and losing them forever. Even if I fail, I have to try. I can't let her leave everything behind without even trying to stop her. Without just this once being there for her. Maybe he's out again, didn't ask when to... True. With the last of my clothes slipped on, I hastily grabbed the phone off my desk. Luckily, the number for a local taxi company is still in my call history. A gruff, unenthusiastic voice announces the name of the company while I pace around the room. It takes some effort to slow down my voice and keep it clear over the phone. Ooh, 10 o'clock though is pretty late in the evening. You're definitely cutting it there, Hiaso. The chilly night air sweeps against me as I open the dormitory door, but nevertheless I keep up my brisk speed as I half jog, half run out to the school gates. It may not be curfew just yet, but it's precariously close. If there were a guard around, they'd no doubt have some questions for me, but it looks like I've managed to come out just before they arrive. Or they're around a corner. My pace picks up as I make my way through the school gardens, their nighttime allure all but lost when I begin to run to the school gate. The lamps of the courtyard, dim as they are, provide just enough illumination to light the way and prevent me from tripping over. The buildings themselves take on a rustic, almost antique-looking edge when I glance at them. Looking back, it seems strange that they once appeared so dark and looming to me. Now they just look to be somewhat anachronistic school buildings, the same as any others bar their age. Leaving the gates behind me, I pull up to a stop just before the taxi. Parked just as Akira's car had been, its gaudy and brightly lit sign looks out of place in the quiet country backdrop. I impatiently squeeze myself through the door, giving the driver the address where the two should hopefully be staying. By the time the taxi pulls up after its trip at maddeningly casual speed, it's well and truly deep into the night. This isn't evening, this is like night. The house is truly enormous. Its sheer size much larger than I'd expected and ominously still. Fearing the worst, I asked the driver to stay just in case my efforts are for naught. A single press on the fancy intercom system outside the gate produces a short, electronic melody in the otherwise silent road. It's not long before a somewhat deep, gruff voice can be heard from it. This is the Hakamachi residence. Please state your name and why you're bothering us this late. I press on despite inwardly wincing at the reasonable annoyance audible in his voice. It's Hiaso Nakai. I was hoping to meet Lily or Akira if they're still there. Surprisingly, I managed to summon quite some energy to my voice, enough to make the other side of the intercom silent. A few seconds pass, but just before I press the button again and ask what's going on, a light turns on outside the front door. I strain my eyes to try and make out who is coming through, but as he comes past a large parked car with fishing rods sticking out the back, his identity becomes clear. His face is typically placid and emotionless as he saunters up to the gate. He's still childlike in his mannerisms despite his demeanor. With the press of a few buttons from behind the fence, the gate slowly opens. Hiaso? What are you doing here? Oh, I think this is the most emotion I've ever heard from his voice. Not that it would be hard to reach that mark. Akira told me that she and Lily would be staying here before they left for their flight. I need to talk to Lily, just one last time. Are they still here? The look on his face says everything. I failed. It was too late. The one time when I actually needed to act quickly and... Actually, it's possible... What is it? He's a bit taken aback by my fervor, but I can't help it at this point. They left not long ago, only a few minutes before you arrived. In fact, if you go straight to the airport, you might be able to... Hiaso? I dart back towards the waiting taxi, grabbing what little money is left in my pocket as I go. Thanks, Hideaki. With that, I take a seat and in short order bark out my destination. My chest beats wildly as I tear down the street, my body twisting this way and that to slip between the pedestrians walking back and forth beside me. With the roads solidly blocked by taxis and other cars, dropping off passengers and picking up others in the time they have to wait, we ended up having to stop almost a block away. But that's in the past now. What matters is reaching Lily. One foot hits the ground, the other quickly falling without the slightest thought. As if my legs have taken on life of their own and all my mind can do is concentrate on the view ahead of me. Just one glimpse of that long hair of hers. That long yellow hair that was the same colour as the wheat that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the end, I depended on Lily, just like Hanako did. Even after we started going out, it still doesn't feel like she ever let herself depend on me. Except for one moment. That one moment where we held each other tightly on that bright yellow field. At that time, she must have feared losing me just as she did everyone else. That's why, just this once. The night air wraps around me, draining every last remnant of warmth out of my body, to the extent that it feels more like a midwinter than a summer's night. My fingers, my hands, my feet, they all feel increasingly cold. The sound of passing crowds is reduced to no more than a background hum, while the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement echoes loudly, every step surging towards the person I have to catch. Forced by my chest tightening in response to the cold of the night, I rest an arm over it to try and settle it down. Ooh. When the airport comes into view, though, I recognize this feeling as one I felt before. Not now. Of all the times for this, please, not now. You know what would have helped Hiaso? If you'd done your jogs with Emmy. I take a gulp and soldier on regardless, pushing my body as far as it will go. Sweat pours off me as I hurtle forward, my shoulder hitting someone's side and my mind suddenly flooding with emotions and memories. I continue on without an apology. I have to keep moving now. If I stop, I'm not sure I could begin again, and even if I could, it would all be for naught if I'm not in time. I hit another person, and then another, offering little resistance to getting bounced about. My feet feel numb. My arms are losing all feeling. My chest forces me to hunch over awkwardly, tightening even ever more. That afternoon in the snow, that time when my life irreversibly changed. Images of Iwanago and that damned letter flash over and over in my mind. The first love I'd lost thanks to my condition. I can't let that happen again. I don't care what happens to me anymore. I just need to see her one last time. There! A sliver of yellow and white comes into view some distance down the road, her figure silhouetted by the lights emanating from the airport entrance. Lily! Lily! Lily, stop! Please! Lily! Come on, Lily, I know you're here. It's far beyond My view suddenly spins out of control and ends up on the ground. My body haphazardly sprawled after hitting someone and stumbling over. Before I can assess the damage, an unbelievable pain ignites in my body. All my thoughts are blanked as I curl up and frantically clutch at my chest. Hey, are you okay? That was a really bad fall. This pain... I can't... Any sharp knock could do me in. Any overexertion. I thought I could overcome my limits this once. Something's wrong with him. What's the matter? The voices of those gathering around me are gradually replaced by a loud ringing in my ears. By now I'm unable to move my head. My eyes turn upwards to see the moving of their lips. Even as I clutch my chest, I realize I can't feel my fingers anymore, nor my feet. It feels like my entire body is shutting down, starting from my extremities. With one last effort, I turn my head down the road towards the airport entrance. It's casting its light over me. Lily's there behind the crowd. Her head is tilted, but only just slightly. I can feel my vision dimming as I try to yell out, but nothing emerges from my mouth despite my best efforts. Slowly but surely, my vision begins to black out the scene before me. So, this is how it ends. I failed. I was so close, so very close. But at the very last moment, my condition seized my chance at a new life and dragged me back. Now I'm going to die, sprawled out just meters from an airport, with a crowd of babbling people surrounding me and with Lily leaving for Scotland just a little distance ahead. Lily... That last word extinguishes the last of my energy. The world falls into a deep, inescapable blackness as every muscle in my body shuts down. I'm sorry, Lily. I was too late. Oh boy. What's going on? As I slowly open my eyes, a bright, white light assaults my retinas. For minutes I just lay where I am, mindlessly staring ahead while my scattered thoughts coalesce in my slowly waking mind. Slowly but surely the white begins to come into focus as a bare expanse begins to be drawn across my field of vision. It's only when the light fixture comes into view that my mind clicks that this is the ceiling above me. Yep, back in hospital. Slowly levering myself up, I silently absorb through all my senses the details of the room I'm in. The smell and taste of strong bleach hang in the air, lending the impression of a place just slightly too clean to be natural. Inoffensive, pale, peach-colored walls, all perfectly painted without a crack, stain, or imperfection. A single framed painting hangs on the wall, perfectly straightened. Like the walls, it's as boring and inoffensive as can be. My attention's grabbed by the translucent curtain waving across my vision, my eyes following it to the open window it covers. When I move my right arm to try and lift myself up and look through it, I feel the catheter dig in uncomfortably. It's only now, too, that I notice the cannula tubes winding around my cheeks and into my nose. After some fidgeting, I settle for just looking around the corner of the window. Beyond the thick leaves of several large trees, I can see the greenery below, backing out onto a field. A customary island of green on the outskirts of the city. Judging by the sun outside, it's noon. Of which day, though, I'm not sure. So, I'm in a hospital once again. I let out a long, tired breath as I try to collect my scattered thoughts, my mind seemingly cast in a dozen directions all at once with as many emotions running through me. After slowly lying back down, I decide to start at the beginning. Why I'm here. I cast my mind back, but I can't work out a smooth recollection of what happened. The events of last night, or whichever night it was, come back more as a series of snapshots than any cohesive memory. Lying on my bed, looking at the origami bird. Talking to Hideaki outside the Hakamichi residence. Running down the street, passing pedestrians and bumping into more and more of them. Falling. Looking up at the searingly bright airport entrance, seeing Lily's back as I lay on the ground. The silence of the private room suddenly feels overwhelming. I hate to keep bringing this up, Hiaso, but if you'd just gone on your morning jogs with Emmy, you'd have been fit enough. So that's it. I had my chance to correct my mistake and I blew it. Whether I was at fault for neglecting my medication and disregarding to pace myself, or my body was for giving out so soon, it doesn't matter now. Oh. All that matters is that, once again, I'm alone. The pastel blue pillow yields with little resistance as I let myself fall back onto the bed. Its starchy case, along with the starchy sheets, providing little comfort. Compared to the darkness of last night's events, the bright light of the room around me is striking. All it does, though, is emphasize how otherworldly places like this are. Arrhythmia. A strange word. A foreign, alien one. One that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition. It causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. It was a miracle that you were able to go on so long without anything happening, they said. And then it did. My condition had taken away everything. My old school was of no importance anymore. My home was reduced to a faraway place. Both my friends and my first love simply stopped visiting after a length of time. I became cynical and embittered, distant and subdued. In my defense, no person could avoid that after such a thing happening to them. But nonetheless, I left the hospital as a very definitely changed person. Things changed. I made new friends in Hanako, Shizune, and Misha. I found a new sense of home in my dormitory, a new interest in science and the world around me, and I found a direction to my life that I had never felt before. But I'd also discovered other things. The sense of isolation in Yamaku and its surrounds was not entirely unwelcome. The quiet giving a peace of mind I might not have found elsewhere. But it gave the area a feeling of being pushed out of the way, of being kept out of sight. Rub it in how wrong it's... Look, it was a very good suggestion that he just completely ignores. Even after, the realization of how bad his heart can be. People in the streets would sometimes glance awkwardly or quickly turn their heads as they realized they were staring. Even if my condition wasn't visible, my uniform was. Even if it weren't, I was still different. I took 17 pills a day, morning, midday, and night. My scar, though hidden behind clothing, was still a permanent mark of my condition. And most of all, there was the very real possibility of death. A bad fall, an absent-minded hard hit on the back, a simple sprint taken too far. Anything could have set my heart off. And several times I teetered on the edge of the abyss, even with all the care I took of myself. But that was fine. I could have lived with all that. Because there was one final thing I'd found, or rather refound, after entering Yamaku, which was once again snatched away before my eyes. It's only now that I realized just how delicate my newfound sense of happiness was. Everything depended on her. The linchpin of my life since I first entered Yamaku as a sullen, confused, and aimless transfer student. Lily Sato was the one person I could depend on above all others, and who reciprocated the love that I felt for her. But I failed her, and only realized it all too late. I thought that I could just set my life up and continue that way forever, but the real world doesn't work like that. I finally realized the meaning of those words, only to be struck down as I confronted my failure to do so in time. The surroundings I'm in now are all too familiar. It's as if Yamaku was but a dream, and I'm still recovering from my first major heart attack. Maybe that's why I feel so tired. It feels almost as if I lived the entire last few months of my life in the space of minutes. The weight of my eyelids closes my eyes, my physical and mental exhaustion letting me offer no resistance. Unintelligible mumbling from ahead of the bed stirs me out of my sleep. With my eyes still closed, I can focus and make out someone, presumably a nurse bidding farewell to a doctor. As I open my eyes, I notice the door closing in my peripheral vision. The doctor stands reading some notes off a clipboard held in his hand, carefully looking over the pages. After consulting his obviously very important documents, he looks up and notices my gaze. It's now that I notice something slightly odd about his expression and general disposition, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Ah, I see you're awake, Mr. Nakai. His quick glance at my bed end to verify my name shows that his documents obviously didn't have it written on them. I must admit this is a bit unfortunate. Your parents visited just earlier while you were asleep. I could notify them you're awake now if you'd like. Thanks. That would be good. I give a somewhat dazed reply, most likely the one he'd expect, before really thinking about what I'm saying. Not a problem. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, I'll be happy to answer them. That is, unless you'd prefer to rest. The anesthetic's still going to be affecting you a bit, I'm afraid. The anesthetic? Of course. That'd be why I felt so strange the first time I woke up. I slowly shake my head, not wanting to dislodge any pipes or cause myself any more discomfort than necessary. The doctor politely puts down his clipboard in response. I guess my main question is, what exactly happened? To put it simply, you've unfortunately had another heart attack. While not as severe as your first, you were very lucky it occurred so close to a hospital. After being stabilized, you were taken to the operating room, what Followed was a keyhole surgery in order to insert a temporary pacemaker. All in all, the incident happened 2 days ago, with emergency treatment being carried out very soon afterwards. Since then, we've kept you under close observation while you were asleep. Will I be alright? Are there any lasting problems? Compared to the procedure carried out for your first heart attack, this was relatively minor. While you will have to undergo surgery once more in a few days' time to remove the pacemaker, assuming there are no complications, there should be no lasting implications. He continues talking, the subject shifting to a repetition of facts about arrhythmia and my medications that I already know for the most part. I start to nod and feign interest while my mind drifts. I begin to think about how perfectly hung the inoffensive painting hanging on the wall behind his shoulder is, and how neat and sterile the surroundings are, even including the doctor himself. If my mumbling bores you, you're quite welcome to say so, Mr. Nakai. Lord knows I lose track of myself sometimes. He gives a short chuckle at his self-deprecating joke as I grimace awkwardly, having been rather badly caught out. The doctor's chuckle sounds different from that of the nurse at Yamakudo, come to think of it. As I ponder why, I realize why the man in front of me feels just that little bit off. His smile is neat and sterile. He delivers his little joke perfectly with a customary inoffensive chuckle. It's like, rather than talking to the man whose name is neatly printed on the name tag pinned to his lab coat, I'm merely interacting with an actor reading off a pre-rehearsed script, every action having been choreographed beforehand. I suppose he has to be this way though, being a doctor. He has to keep his neat and sterile smile when chatting to the girl with cancer slowly spreading through her body, when reassuring the woman who will surely die from childbirth, and with every other terminally and critically ill patient. That little bit of distance, that little bit of aloofness. It makes me wonder if I've been too harsh, especially considering it's a disposition far from being adopted only by people in his profession. After all, the one I loved kept that same distance from others herself. Looking up to the doctor again, I realize I've been in thought with my head bowed for some time. I understand you must still be tired. You've been through a lot, and as I mentioned before, the anesthetic will still be affecting you. If you don't mind, I'll let you get some rest and tell your parents you've woken up for you. I think that would be good. Thank you. He gives a curt nod before picking up his clipboard and making his way to the large white door in the corner of the room, closing it behind him with a thud. In the end, I'm alone again. Lily's gone, Akira's gone, Hanako would be traveling, and even my parents have already left the hospital. 4 pale peach walls, 1 white ceiling, and a single open window to look out towards the world outside. It's hard to think of the future when the past is crowded around you, claustrophobic in its neat, sterile, starchy, bleach-smelling grip. Lost for what to do or focus on, I content myself with sleeping the time away as if this were all just another dream like Yamaku had been. White. A sterile, clean white for a sterile, clean room. My eyes open and I simply stare at the ceiling for some time. It's about as interesting as the television would be, mounted in its metal rack hanging off the ceiling ahead of the bed. Indeed, the television saw its entire use during the time my parents were here, left on quietly as they waited for me to wake. It was about as banal as it had been the first time I'd ended up in hospital. Earlier today, an attending nurse had offered to turn off the EKG's speakers. I refused simply because the sound is so entirely normal to me now. It's almost comforting in a way. The metronome-like regularity gives at least some feeling that time is moving, even in a place such as this. After some time of listening to its beeping while I fully awakened, though, I realized there's another sound in the room. The music box! Concentrating all my efforts on listening, a task made rather easy by the lack of distractions, a tiny, tinny melody can be heard. Light and quiet, the music sounds almost fragile as it's dwarfed by the EKG's pulses. Tilting my head just slightly to the side in an effort to see the source of the melody without dislodging any of the sensors and pipes stuck onto me, I notice a little wooden box sitting on the nightstand next to the bed. My mouth opens just slightly while I silently watch the tiny yellow metal drum slowly rotate inside, the little bumps on its surface gradually moving in and out of sight. This music box. It's the one I gave. The creaking of the door breaks me out of my reverie, my head and heart remaining still as my eyes turn to see who comes through. Long, tan skirt, peach off-the-shoulder sweater, pale, almost porcelain skin, blue, clouded eyes, and long, yellow hair. All I can do is stare as Lily slowly walks into the room, her fingers lightly running over the wall for orientation, and my mind comes to a shuddering halt. Lily? She stops mid-stride, her entire body tensing. Hiaso? Was that you? Her voice is quiet and pensive, echoing her expression. I thought you were... Lily takes one tentative step forward, then another, as if she were holding herself back. Her control over her composure is for naught, though, and she finally rushes over to where I lay as the last of her resistance falls. I'm slightly taken aback when she grabs hold of me, hunching over as tears begin to fall from her cheeks. Since only minutes ago I thought she was on the other side of the world. After a moment of hesitation, I rest my right hand on her soft shoulder. Hiaso! Hiaso! Lily's body trembles as her tears blot the pale green sheets, her emotions flooding through her carefully maintained exterior. With her face now closer and made easier to see for her pale skin being lit by the sunlight from the window, I notice her cheeks being redder than they should be. It's okay, Lily. I'm okay. You don't need to... She rights herself quickly, her crying forcefully stifled with both sadness and stubbornness remaining in her moistened eyes. Her prideful nature, always having been something to contend with, takes me off guard. Stop telling me not to worry about you, Hiaso. Just this once, let me cry. I'm caught speechless. She waits for a response, but her composure breaks again after a handful of seconds. I swallow hard to try and settle my own emotions while she weeps onto my bed, a strange mixture of relief and depression welling up. Lily's here. She's really here. If I couldn't feel her skin under my hand, I'd hardly believe my own eyes. My efforts weren't for nothing. My body's attempts to take away everything that was important to me once again has been foiled. But now, I don't feel as happy about it as I thought I would. Seeing her here, crying like this over me, this is the one thing I'd wanted to avoid since coming to love her. No, even since leaving the hospital. I'm sorry, Lily. It's my fault I'm here. I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. I give a self-deprecating snort. After months of keeping myself together so nobody worry over me, I went and did something like this. Guess I'm pretty dumb. With a couple of sniffs and a long breath, Lily manages to pull herself together and calm down a little. Despite her red cheeks, moist eyes, and the lines of her tears still visible, she delicately wears that weak smile she seemed to so often give. You needn't blame yourself. I heard later that it happened as you were running down the road after me, right? Still, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, returning more to her old self as the rush of emotions wears off. Why did you run after me, Hiaso? I move to respond, but notice her face tightening. Even after I'd said goodbye and I'd left Yamago Academy. She takes a moment to steady herself, her emotions almost bubbling up once again. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. Sorry? For the times when I wasn't there when you needed me. Until now, I thought you just being there would be enough. I only needed you by my side to make any day feel better. Even if my body may be like this, I want to help you, Lily. To be there when you need someone. But you were always there, Hiaso. Why did you want to go to Scotland, Lily? Why? I told you before. Because Akira was going, and because of my family's summons to their home. Why didn't you say that you wanted to go? I'm not stubborn often, but this one time I think I need to be. I want you to stay here, Lily. I want you to stay where everyone you know lives, and where all your dreams and ambitions were made. If you choose to stay, I'll never leave your side. I won't let you lose another person. When I had my heart attack, I was snatched away from everyone and everywhere I knew. You showed me a new life after I came to Yamagu. I'd lost my past, but you showed me a future. It's true that I haven't always been there for you. I'm unreliable. Sometimes I lied, and I thought I'd come to understand you when I hadn't even understood myself. Be that as it may, I want to give you a future as well. I want to be there for you, to share both your burdens and your happiness, just like I promised back in Hokkaido. I want you to trust me. I know I had problems coming to put my trust in you after losing so many people I'd known after my heart attack, but that's how I know that being unable to trust others can feel awful. That's why I can't watch you just throw everything away like this. I never want you to go through what I did. I would do anything to stop that. You can be quite steadfast when you want to be, can't you? As I said, it isn't often. My weak smile drops, though, as the IV in my arm digs in a little. It's a harsh reminder of my terror to my condition. Lily's face tenses as I let out a small gasp of pain, immediately making me wish I'd stifled it better. All I can do is sigh in defeat. They've been real. Yeah, though, that must have been an interesting encounter at the airport for Lily to just, like, make that choice to, like, not take the flight. Especially because I imagine that, you know, like, they probably, like, can't, like, they'd probably made all the plans for Lily to, like, you know, not, like, giving up her room at the dormitories. That is, that was quite a decision. I feel that's kind of like Hiaso, like, probably already has his answer there. If Lily did just, like, drop it and stay. Lily's family is rich, pretty sure. Yeah, but still. No, like, and does she know she could have counted on their support by, like, you know, betraying their expectations at the last moment? So I suppose at least in her mother's case, her mother seems to care. We only really have heard about her dad through Akira, and Akira wasn't a big fan, it doesn't sound like. I tried to not let anyone worry over me for the entire time since I left the hospital. I can't even stop the one person I love most from crying over me. Even if I might finally be able to put my feelings into words, I feel pretty useless with a body like this. Every time I tried to reach towards something, it was just snatched away, and even now things only turned out for the better due to luck. I guess that's something else I should apologize for. All I can ever do is make you worry. Even now, there's very little chance I'll live anywhere near a full life. The feeling of Lily's warm, soft hand moving over my left cheek makes me lift my head up, her smile gentle and warm as she touches me. I think that is something very natural for you to say. You were always so sincere and self-conscious. You were also reserved and mild-mannered, and patient to a fault with Hanako, yet curious about everything and everyone. When I said I missed you while I was with my family, I wasn't lying or exaggerating. The thought of you was never far from my mind, and helped me through that time. That's why I was so confused about what to do when my family summoned me. Even after I thought I had made my decision, you tried your hardest to challenge me about it. I didn't confess to you out of pity or believing you were somehow different from what you are. I confessed because I never want to lose you. I want you to always be a part of my life, no matter what might change. You are a very beautiful person, Hiaso. Your heart changes none of that, so please, don't apologize for yourself anymore. For a long time, silence reigns in the room. I'm not really sure what this newly born feeling inside of me is, but it pales into insignificance as I wordlessly gaze at Lily's smiling face, warm and gentle as it has always been. It's only as her thumb crosses my cheek, wiping away a single drop of moisture, that I realize this is all I've ever wanted. For what feels like the first time, I give an earnest, wide smile. As Lily feels it against her palm, she returns the gesture. More time passes before either of us says a word. Neither of us needing speech to communicate our feelings to each other. I know I can't promise that I'll always be around, or that we'll be together forever. With some difficulty, I slowly lift my hand, placing it on her pale shoulder. But I think I can at least take you to next year's Tanabata Festival, to make up for making you miss this year's. Lily's expression is one of surprise, though I can't say I blame her. You remembered that? I've got a pretty good memory. Sometimes. She raises her head a little and takes her hand from my cheek, giving a small, amused giggle. I smile absent-mindedly at how earnest it is, almost girlish in its lightness. Still smiling warmly, she collects herself and stands upright with a hand resting on my chest. It feels like I'm seeing her for the first time. The sun from the window glowing behind her, just as it did when I first walked into that room when she was drinking tea. Very well then. Shall we make a promise between the both of us, to go to next year's Tanabata together? Even if she can't see me doing so, I nod approvingly. I promise. I promise. And there we go. Okay, that went on a bit longer than I was planning for, but that was good. I definitely feel Lily's route is going to be hard to top. Oh. But wait, there's more. Is there? I'm kind of not opposed to there being more, but I'm also kind of, I do kind of need to finish up the stream. I've gone for like an hour over time. She has a little epilogue. Okay. Well, seriously, okay, of course the one I'm going over time has an epilogue. Akira, Lilly, and I silently sit on the grassy embankment high above the local town, the breeze gently blowing through the cloudless sky. We may be just a few minutes' walk from town, on a hill just outside its limits, but the view is entirely unexpected. Lilly sits beside me, her eyes closed as a gentle breeze flows through her hair. This is a nice area. Yeah, I never knew a place like this was anywhere near Yamaku. And I had to be the one to find it, of course. Akira's grin is genuine, but her tone is slightly different from her usual carefree nature. It's good that you're out of the hospital, though, Hiaso. Nobody's more glad than I am. Can't stand hospitals. So, you two going back to the school tomorrow? Yep. Okay, did Akira stay behind as well, or did Akira just, like, book another flight back? Akira chuckles in amusement before looking back out to the town below, the trees between the buildings swaying in the wind. Pity we couldn't go up north for the summer holidays, or get to Tanabata. I wouldn't worry. There's always next time. You'll be graduating before the next summer vacation, won't you? Yeah, there'll still be college after that, mind. Going to the same one? Likely. We both have high enough scores to meet the entry requirements. You sound so sure. Don't worry. You're better than I in most subjects. I guess we'll work it out in due time. Inspired by Hiaso and Lilly that she decides to... Oh. That's the way. Just enjoy yourselves in Yamaku while you're there. Lilly gives a sad sigh at the distinction made between Akira and the two of us. Do you really need to go back to Scotland? Yeah, folks are already out for my blood as it is. You weren't meant to stay this long? She gives her trademark wide grin. Setting my boyfriend up with a passport took some time. Wait, you're taking him with you? Just for a while at first. He's a surprisingly worldly guy, so I think he'll do just fine. Akira gives an amused snort. If our father had his way, I'd have gone a long while ago. I just couldn't pass up an excuse to stay with my favorite little sister a little while longer, though. She leans right and gives Lily a tight, playful hug, cheering her up considerably. It's nice to be with you one last time, though. For what it's worth, I'm in the same boat. Thanks you too. I'll try and come back sometime, don't worry. It's a shame that the business keeps you so busy. The place won't run itself, I'm afraid. I think it's just going to be just the same over there. Considering that, I'd better get going. Have fun over there, Akira. Will do. With a slight grunt, she lifts herself with her hands and stands up, dusting herself off as she does so. Well, I'd better be off. The plane won't wait for me after all. She has a certain unusual wistfulness in the tone of her voice, her eyes firmly planted on her sister. I'll be okay, Akira. Yeah, I know. Oh, come now, it isn't that bad. You'll be able to see us again soon. It is strange to have Lily reassuring a doubting Akira for once. She really has changed. Goodbye, Akira. Bye. For a second, the dark-clad figure looks down at both of us, smiling widely. Perhaps more widely than I've ever seen her do before. She lets out a long, slightly wavering breath to steady herself before leaving, but eventually slips her hand in her pocket and turns on her heel. And with that, she walks away. One hand held in the air as she goes. See you later, you two. A jazz tune with no beat, melody, or direction to the very end. After a few moments of sitting silently, Lily and I pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off. Turning towards her with a broad smile, I hold out my hand. Shall we be off then? She takes my hand in hers, with a gentle nod and a smile as beautiful and warm as ever. Indeed we shall, Hiaso. As we set off towards the school, that wonderful smile engraves itself onto my memory. That wonderful smile that we both share. Our pasts may be scattered and at times overshadowed by sadness, but they're also an irrevocable part of our lives and personalities. Even if I could change a single thing, I wouldn't, because my past was what led me here. That's why, even with all that's happened to us before, and all that may well befall us, together, we'll keep walking forwards. Forwards, towards the future. Our future. Oh, I have to hit it on a point that very much hits home. Have to end it on a point that very much hits home. But yeah, I would like to spend time, like, kind of going over my thoughts on this route, but maybe I'll have to wait until Thursday and, like, kind of talk about that as I kind of, like, go through starting up Hanago's route, because I need to get going. I am well over time. But suffice to say, I like that. That was good. So yeah, thanks for coming along and watching. I hope you enjoyed. I'll be back tomorrow with some Monster Hunter Rise. And yeah, until then, have a good evening, have a good night, and goodbye.